From 1909 to 1910, French journalist and author Gaston Leroux published his serialized novel, The Phantom of the Opera, in La Gauloise. Oh boy.
In English, you could say it as Gaston Leroux.
Gaston Leroux. I always said Leroux.
Le Gaulois.
Le Gaulois.
Le Gaulois.
Le Gaulois. Le Gaulois. Le Gaulois. Le Gaulois. Le Gaulois. Le Gaulois. Le Gaulois. Le Gaulois. Le Gaulois. Le Gaulois. From 1909 to 1910, French journalist and author Gaston Leroux published his serialized novel, The Phantom of the Opera, in Le Gaulois, a French newspaper. And my apologies, I am doing my best. I'm looking up videos on how to pronounce French words, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing them wrong. Anyway, Gaston Leroux then gave that novel to Hollywood filmmaker Carl Laemmle, who went on to cast Lon Chaney, the Man of a Thousand Faces, as the Phantom in one of silent cinema's most iconic and enduring horror classics, 1925's The Phantom of the Opera. Since then, there has been a Phantom of the Opera adaptation nearly once every decade, if not more, eventually spawning the longest-running Broadway musical, Andrew Lloyd Webber's The Phantom of the Opera. Hello, my beautiful angels of music, and welcome back to my channel. My name is Summer, and November 15th, 2025 will mark the 100th anniversary of the first film adaptation of Phantom of the Opera. A full century of masked musicians and Swedish sopranos ranging from major motion picture releases to TV miniseries, from R-rated horror starring Freddy Krueger as the Phantom to an episode of Wishbone in which Wishbone, the Jack Russell Terrier, plays romantic love interest Lon Chaney. There's a 70s rock opera, there's the movie musical, there's the Goosebumps musical, there's a slasher set in a mall, there's a Disney Channel original movie, there's independent films, and there's the web series that I made when I was in college. And I want to talk about all of them. And so that is what I'm going to do. Welcome to the first episode of a new series I am calling 100 Years of Phantom. Let me preface this by saying I'm not the first person to do this, of course. The reason I know about the majority of these adaptations is because of the channel Phantom Reviews, which I watched all the time in late high school and through college. Hours of Phantom-related content delivered by a dude in a half mask and what I assume is a wig, never revealing his true identity. What he made was perfect, and I don't think he's uploaded anything in years. But if you get impatient, or if you just love Phantom of the Opera and somehow haven't heard of Phantom Reviews, go check it out. Now, down to business. Before we can talk about the movies, we have to talk about the book. The source material. Sorry. It was in my tote bag because I'm not finished writing the script, so I've been working on it at work. And so what I'm going to do today is break down the plot of Gaston Leroux's iconic novel, probably one of my favorite books, if not my favorite story told in any medium of all time. And I'm going to sprinkle it in with some of my thoughts and feelings. Oh, my bread is finished baking. I'm baking bread, by the way. How exciting. Oh my gosh. I made bread. Look at this. I made bread. This is my first go. No idea how it's going to taste, but isn't that fun? I also, this weekend, I made handmade lasagna from scratch, like I hand-rolled the noodles and everything and made a bolognese. All those TikToks I watched of people making bolognese in, like, cast iron Dutch skillets, in cast iron Dutch ovens, it finally came to us. I have to go set this down. While I certainly hope what I end up saying sounds smart or at least somewhat clever, I'm not diving into this bad boy as any sort of literary review, because I would sooner be able to analyze my baby blanket or give you a well-thought-out critique to the baby doll I named Zipporah, whose head got stained by the green comforter I had, and that I slept with until I was 10. Like, do you want a literary analysis of those? Because the first time I read this book, I was 13. The first time I watched the movie, I was 11. The first time I heard the title song, The Phantom of the Opera, from the Broadway show, I was 8. But I fear it actually goes back even further than that. When I was an actual toddler, I would play a game with the cutlery. In every version of this game, the spoon was a girl and the fork was a boy, and they were in love. But unfortunately for the fork, the knife was also in love with the spoon. And the knife was a villain who would have what he wanted. And so the spoon was constantly getting kidnapped by the dangerous yet strangely alluring knife, who would then try to force her into matrimony. His plans would of course be foiled by the long-suffering fork, who would rescue the spoon, and the two of them would live happily ever after while the knife mourned. Probably. I always felt a little bad for the knife, but he could not be allowed to win. Anyway, I think anyone even remotely familiar with Phantom of the Opera can see the parallels, yeah? In 8th grade, I finished reading this book and I cried for 3 solid hours after it was done. Like, the sun had not yet set when I closed the pages of this book, and I was getting ready for bed by the time my tears finally dried. I need you to understand that I was 13 years old. My emotions were running very high, and while other girls had Twilight, I had Phantom of the Opera. This was what grabbed me. Vampires? Not my jam. Creepy men living in sewers training people how to sing? Oh, baby. That's my jam. Put it on some of that bread I just made. Am I right? All of that long-winded backstory to say this. I do not think I have it in me to step back and objectively analyze this book. This video is more of a glorified synopsis, so that when we move forward through the 100 years of Phantom, and I say something like, the ending of the 1990s TV miniseries is one of the only film versions that utilizes the forehead kiss, you will know what I mean. So, without any further ado, Gaston Leroux's The Phantom of the Opera. Actually, just a little bit more ado, if you'll allow me. I'm going to be working off the David Coward translation, and at least that's where I'll get the quotes you see on screen. As you see, I've been tabbing things so that I know where my quotes are. A line you hear roll off my tongue with the familiarity of sweet music I've heard many times before might be from the D'Amatos translation. See, hold on. I have to get more stuff. This is the version of Phantom of the Opera that I designed a cover for in college, like a graphic design class. Ooh, isn't that fun? See, the thing is, most of the English versions of Phantom of the Opera floating around are what's known as the D'Amatos translation, which is the English translation of the original French done by Alexandre Teixeira de Mattos, and that translation is the one that's made it into the public domain. And so this means publishers can release the novel over and over again with fresh new covers without needing to worry about purchasing the rights. Or at least that is how I understand public domain to work. And what I've learned over the course of many years of reading interesting tidbits about this book is, general rule of thumb, if it doesn't say who translated the book, then it is probably D'Amatos. So like if you're looking at this, oh, actually, I'm a liar and a dirty thief. I'm not a thief. I didn't steal anything. I'm just a liar. I didn't even realize there was proof. But it'll say it nice and clear. Get one more thing. Please excuse me. If it doesn't say, look at this floppy version I found, who translated it, then it's probably a D'Amatos. And 2, the D'Amatos translation, while often marketed as an unabridged version of the book, is actually translated to English from a somewhat abridged version of the French. Again, this is according to anecdotal research I have picked up over years and years of reading about this topic, so only quote me with that disclaimer. When I learned about this, and I got my greedy little hands on the David Coward translation, instead of the Alexandre Teixeira de Mattos, I discovered like 40 new pages. Incredible. So that is what we have here, and that is what we'll be working from. Also, actually, I think this time you're going to have to come with me. We need a little bit more space. Gaston Leroux's The Phantom of the Opera. Welcome to my boudoir. I realized about halfway through writing this script that I had the excuse, nay, the duty, to finally make one of those Carrie can read, Mike's Mike, Lexi aka Newly Nova style videos where they've got the pictures on the walls of the characters. I'm alive with excitement right now. Well, that didn't work. I filmed the whole setting up my wall and explaining why I chose which pictures in slow motion, so there's 28 minutes of this. Quick note from editing summer, I spent 28 minutes setting up. There's actually 2 hours and 46 minutes of that footage, So I've given up on the whole thing. I've given up on the wall. I've given up on all of it. And we're just gonna do standard, classic. Here we are, you and me. Let's go. Okay, so Gaston Leroux's The Phantom of the Opera. The book starts from the point of view of GL, or Gaston Leroux himself, as an investigative journalist. It's this great sort of meta-narrative because Gaston Leroux was a journalist and this story was being released as a serial in the newspaper. So at that time and in that medium, it had this added layer of realism, which is really neat. The book also starts with a fantastic opening line. Now, I would never deign to say that I am the voice that declares what a great opening line is. I know that there are English majors across the world who have probably written whole theses on the subject, but what I can say is that I know a great opening line when I read a great opening line. From that first sentence, the moment my eyes scan the words, I'm in the story. I don't have to shuffle to fit. I don't have to work on getting into the world. It just clicks. It's almost like I'm breathing a different air for a second, or like a feeling of discovery, an immediate unlocked door into this world. It's such a good feeling. And when it happens, those lines stay with me. Classic, very famous lines like, "Last night I dreamt I went to Manderley again," from Rebecca. Or, "It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of good fortune must be in want of a wife," from Pride and Prejudice. And I count the opening line of Phantom of the Opera amongst them. In the Dematos, it's, "The opera ghost really existed." What a sentence. What a way to drop you into the story. I love it. In the David Coward, it's, "There truly was a Phantom of the Opera. He was not, as was long thought, a figment of the imagination of artists, the product of the superstitious minds of theater managements, or some fanciful will-o'-the-wisp created by the empty heads of the young ladies of the corps de ballet, their mothers, assorted box attendants, cloakroom girls, and the stage doorkeeper. Oh yes, he existed all right. A creature of flesh and blood, though he strove hard to give the impression that he was a genuine phantom. In other words, a ghost. So the story starts with Gaston Leroux as GL laying out the conclusion he's come to that the opera ghost really existed. He'd noticed, while doing research in the archives of the National Museum of Music, that there were a lot of overlapping coincidences that seemed to link the actions of the Phantom of the Opera and one of the most scandalous events of the Paris Opera that happened in the 1880s, namely the kidnapping of Christine Daae, a Swedish soprano, in front of a full theater of witnesses, and the disappearance of Vicomte Raoul de Chaney, and the discovery of Raoul's brother Philippe, the Count de Chaney, on the banks of the underground lake beneath the opera. Intriguing stuff, no? So the story is laid out as if told by Gaston Leroux. I'm so sorry. If I say Leroux throughout this video, it is my intention to pronounce it correctly, but the fact that it is Gaston Leroux and not Gaston Leroux is fighting against 32 years. Wait, no. I've got to subtract at least 13 from that. 19 years. It's fighting against 19 years of me saying it a different way. So my apologies if I slip up and say Leroux. In my heart of hearts, I mean Leroux, okay? So the story is laid out as if it's being told by Gaston Leroux, journalist. He serves as narrator and occasionally pops in to mention where he found the information, who his source was, what they thought or how they acted now that 30 years have passed since the events he's relaying in the present of 1910. So it's got this framework set in 1910, but the story itself is set in the 1880s when we cut back to that very dramatic event that I just threw out at you. Once that opening forward with Leroux is wrapped up and we dive into the actual story, we pick up on the night of the farewell gala for the two current managers, Messieurs Debienne et Paligny. I'm sorry to the French. Messieurs Debienne and Paligny. Prima ballerina La Sorelli is in her dressing room working on memorizing a speech that she'll be giving for the retiring managers when a horde of ballerinas, the whole corps de ballet of the Paris Opera, floods into her room. And every little ballet rat is freaking out because they just saw the opera ghost. They all have incredible and conflicting descriptions of what they saw and what the ghost looks like based on a variety of other people's stories about the ghost. If you listen to Joseph Bouquet, a scene shifter who claims he actually saw the ghost, then you would know that the ghost is like a living skeleton. He's just emaciated with taut, withered skin of a jaundiced yellow, sunken eyes and hollow cheeks, and a hole where his nose should be, just like a skull. He's just got this death's head. If you listen to the chorus master Gabriel, the opera ghost wears dress clothes like a gentleman. He's got a suit on and a hat and a cape. And when Gabriel claims to have seen the opera ghost, he also saw that weird guy, the Persian, who's always lurking around the opera in his astrakhan cap for who knows what reason. And if you listen to the chief fireman, the opera ghost has got a head of fire with no body at all. So honestly, who can say? The ballerinas all argue over what they saw and whose description it better matched, and the two main ballerinas delivering this information to La Sorelli are Little Jammies.
James.
James? You're telling me all these years it's just James? Little James is her name? Here's how she spells it. So apparently that's Little James. I'm going to call her Little Jammies because that's what I always call her in my head. And the two main ballerinas providing this information are Little James, I guess, and she's the one who's giving all the actual details very rapidly, and Meg Giry, who is very nervously going, hey guys, I think we should stop talking about this. I think we should stop talking about the ghost. My mom said it's not good to talk about the ghost, so I think we should shut up about the ghost. So of course, instead of shutting up about the ghost, the entire room goes, why would your mom know anything about the ghost? And Meg's like, oh, well, you know, my mom keeps the opera ghost's box 5. No! In the opera, a box is like, you got all the chairs in the audience, right? And then you've got the chairs on the side. And in the old fancy operas, it was like they had their own little balcony and they're in there and they're watching and they're the rich and they're looking down. The fact that the opera ghost has a box at all is groundbreaking news, and the girls are very eager to hear which of the descriptions is correct, but actually, according to Meg's mom, the opera ghost is invisible. You can't see him at all when he's in the box. And that doesn't make any sense, because how does he wear dress clothes or have a skeleton head if he's invisible? Like, come on, Meg. Come on. Anyway, this all goes on for a while with a tense moment interrupting where it sounds like someone is in the hallway, like, jiggling at the door. Everybody's convinced it's the ghost. Just as soon as that sound sort of drifts away and they think they're safe, Little Jammy's mom comes bursting into the room to announce that Joseph Bouquet, man of the hour, the one guy who claims he got a really, really good look at the opera ghost, is dead. So they found his body hanging in the third floor cellar by the backdrop for the Roi de Lahore. Whatever that means, I think it must be a set piece. I don't know. I didn't work at the opera at that time. But when help was fetched to go and cut him down, they found his body on the ground and the rope missing. Not the most auspicious part to an after party, I have to say, but as everyone troops down to this goodbye party anyway, the ballerinas all run into Count Philippe de Chaney, La Sorelli's patron and paramour. Think sort of Anthony Bridgerton and his opera girl in season 1 of Bridgerton. And Count Philippe was like, oh man, La Sorelli, wasn't Christine Daae like crazy good tonight? And from there, we segue into a little bit of backstory about the 3 characters alluded to back in the prologue. So, Count Philippe was the eldest brother and heir when his father died, leaving him to care for his 2 sisters and his brother, the youngest of the family, Raoul de Chaney, who is a sweet-faced little baby boy with a heart of gold, who Philippe sent off to sea to get him to Mana. We don't get a ton of interaction with Philippe in the book, but we get enough to make it clear that he's almost a father figure to Raoul, and wants Raoul to act the part of an aristocratic man. And if that includes having a dalliance or 2 with a dancer or singer at the opera, then so be it. And actually, the more the merrier. He would love it if his brother would stop being such a goody two-shoes and just fool around a little bit. That's what he wants. That his big brother heart would be delighted should that come to pass. And so when his brother Raoul immediately turns to him and is like,
I have to return some videotapes.
As soon as the show is over, and joins the river of people flowing to Christine Daae's dressing room, Philippe's like, okay, get it, you randy scamp. But see, the thing about Raoul de Chaney is that he is not a randy scamp. He's going towards the dressing room of the illustrious Mademoiselle Daae because the two of them, Christine and Raoul, have known each other since they were kids. And the singing she just sang on the stage for the farewell gala blew his mind. Because, and let me drop a little quote here for you, he had tried. Truly, he had, to keep up his defenses from the first moment Christine, whom he had known since she was a little girl, had come back into his life. In her presence, he had felt sweet emotions which he had thought about and tried to chase away, for his self-respect and his religious upbringing had made him swear to love no woman except the one who would become his wife, and naturally, there was no question that he should ever think of marrying a singer. And he's just feeling a little bit conflicted because he's pretty darn sure he fell very, very deeply in love with Christine just then. So he's either going to have to start breaking his own heart or breaking tradition because he's gone. So book Raoul, I really enjoy. Even though he's a little bit impetuous and he can be kind of bratty at times, he has a sweet little heart and he just loves Christine with his whole sweet little heart. And he's fantastic. And I love him.
I love him. I love him.
Anyway, so that's Count Philippe, that's Raoul. Let's get to our star, Christine Daae. She is a lovely Swedish songbird, a soprano who's mostly been in the chorus or small roles like Sybil in Faust, and who only 6 months ago in this story was someone who showed a lot of promise and who of course had talent, but she wasn't anything to write home about. Like, you'd hear Christine singing and you'd go, oh, well, that girl's good, but she doesn't even have a voice teacher, so she's obviously not going to improve if she's not trying. All that to say, clearly somebody has been cooking up something behind the scenes, because tonight, the night the story starts, Christine actually had to step in and sing in place of the prima donna, the head soprano, La Carlotta, who was mysteriously indisposed. Wonder if that'll come up later somehow. Yes. And Christine? Oh, she sang. She killed it. She blew the roof off the place. Is that foreshadowing? Maybe. Okay. Her performance is earth-shatteringly good. Absolutely stellar, incomparable, the diamond of the season. A lot of Bridgerton talk. No one has ever heard anybody sing the way that she just sang. And she clearly put her whole heart and soul into her song, because at the end of it, she collapses and has to get carried back to her dressing room. And Raoul, sweet hero that he is, sees Christine collapse and he's like, my dove! And flies to her side, pushing people out of the way, squeezing into the packed dressing room, going up to the doctor who's attending Christine and be like, hey, shouldn't these people leave? It's way too crowded in here for a sick person. And the doctor's like, oh, yeah, for sure. And Raoul is acting like he has every right to be in Christine's dressing room, so everybody assumes he does have that right, until Christine opens her eyes, looks at the dude who's like passionately holding her hand, and she just goes, who are you? And then everybody's like,
wait a minute, who are you?
And Raoul, sweet baby boy that he is, he's like, Christine, it is I, the little boy who ran into the sea to save your scarf. And she just does not recognize him, which is upsetting because they've been friends for years, right? And also, he thinks he's probably in love with her, so he asks, hey, since you seem intent on not recognizing me right now, can I at least speak to you in private? And Christine's like, maybe some other time. Doctor's standing there, he reads the room, and he goes, okay, everybody, let's just get out. Let's give the pretty lady some rest, and everybody wanders off to wherever they're going, except Raoul. He parks himself in the hallway just outside the dressing room because he figures, hey, she's got a work party going on and at some point she'll have to make an appearance. She just sang on the stage. So I will sit here and wait until she comes out and then I can talk to her. That is his thought process. And that's all well and good until he hears something he's not super jazzed to be hearing. Not that jazz had been invented, of course, in the 1880s, so he wasn't super thrilled to be hearing a man's voice speaking in Christine's dressing room. So he, one second. And he hears this mellifluous voice say, Christine, you must love me. And she's like, how can you say that when you know I sing only for you? And Raoul is like, and then this joker, with a voice like sweet music, is like, you must be very tired. And Christine's like, tonight I gave you my soul, and I am dead. A soul is a beautiful thing, child. No emperor received so fair a gift. The angels wept tonight. And do you know who is also weeping? Raoul. who just listened to his childhood sweetheart whisper sweet nothings to some rando and didn't even remember who he was. So when Christine hurries out, all distracted and tired and sad, Raoul bursts into the dressing room and is like, "Hey, buddy, I just want to talk." But the room's empty. I mean, completely empty. Not even like a waving curtain to say that somebody might be hiding behind something. There is nobody in that room, even though Raoul just heard Christine talking to somebody, and the only person to come out of the room is Christine. Very strange. Unusual. I wonder what it means. I wonder if we'll find out or if this mystery will ever be solved. And so our sad, sweet boy just kind of goes wandering morosely through the halls, walking like a sad Charlie Brown, until he's forced to stop for a funeral procession as Joseph Bouquet's body is carried up from the third cellar. Because remember, while Raoul is having his heart broken, there is still a party going on. To quote Oingo Boingo, dare I say a dead man's party thanks to Joseph Bouquet. It's a dead man's party. Who could ask for more? Use 5 seconds of that song. So while all that's happening over in the dressing room, the two very nervous departing managers are trying to blow through their goodbyes with these strained, chipper looks on their faces because, and I love this passage, I left the book in. Everybody remarked that the retiring managers looked cheerful, as is the Paris way. None will ever be a true Parisian who has not learned to wear a mask of gaiety over his sorrows, and one of sadness, boredom, or indifference over his inward joy. In Paris, our lives are one masked ball, and the foyer of the ballet is the last place in which two men so knowing as Monsieur Debienne and Monsieur Poligny would have made this mistake of betraying their grief, however genuine it might be. So everybody's got champagne, La Sorelli is like mid-speech, the managers are smiling really big and happy because everything is totally fine, until all of a sudden little James, points her finger and screeches, "Oh, it's the ghost!" And everyone swivels to see this emaciated guy with these horribly sunken eyes standing in the middle of the crowd, and everybody's like, "Dude, no way! Around on the house for the ghost! Somebody get that guy a drink!" But before anybody can get a really good look at the guy, he's just gone, like that, like Batman on the roof with Jim Gordon. So the managers just kind of, "Okay, thank you everybody, goodbye," and leave as quickly as they can, leaving a disappointed La Sorelli spooked and holding her unspoken farewell speech in her sad little hand. Debienne and Poligny head up to their actual party, a fancy dinner being held with all their fancy friends, and the two new managers, Armand Moncharmin and Firmin Richard. So when Debienne and Poligny had gotten there, they handed around this set of keys, 2 little small keys that open pretty much every door in the opera, and as everybody's passing them around, they realize one set of hands that just grabbed the keys wasn't there a second ago, and it's the same emaciated-looking sunken-eyed stranger from down in the lobby. Everybody at this party's a little bit too polite to go, "Oh, it's the ghost!" right in this dude's face. And what everybody has to consider, what everybody's factoring in when they're doing their calculations in their mind, is that this dude has a nose. It's a weird-looking nose, sure, oddly shiny, at least one person describes it as transparent, but a nose he does indeed have. And everybody knows that the opera ghost has no nose, unless, of course, he's invisible or a bodiless head of flame. But right then, this guy, who can't be the ghost because he has a nose, starts talking, and he's like, "The ballet rats are right. Joseph Bouquet's death was not natural." Which, unsurprisingly, freaks out everyone who did not know already that Joseph Bouquet was dead, and the two old managers are again like, "Okay, goodbye," and they usher the two new managers into their office for a little manager tete-a-tete. So Debienne and Poligny are like, "Hey guys, welcome to the opera. It's so great to have you here. We know we already went over the big stuff and you signed everything, but we just wanted you to take a quick look at these 2 little bonus clauses here." And they flip the contract to the back of the page where these 2 new clauses have been scrawled in red ink in this spiky, childish handwriting that look almost like somebody wrote them in with the head of a match. And the 2 new clauses are basically, 1, you have to pay the opera ghost 20,000 francs per month, and 2, box 5 needs to be left empty for the opera ghost at every performance. So Moncharmin and Richard, Richard, I can't. Take my hand, if you will, this one. Hold my hand with me. Thanks. Okay, hold on. We're holding hands. Imagine, if you will, this is us. We're holding hands, okay? Thank you very much for holding hands with me. I'm gonna be pretentious, okay? And I'm gonna do a stupid little bad French accent, and anybody who's French is gonna get mad at me for trying, and I'm gonna embrace it. Because it's the only thing that feels right. Thank you. Again. Okay. So Montchamin and Richard are like, what is this? And Debienne and Poligny, you're like, it's the rules. Is this a joke? Are you tricking us? Are you trying to swindle us? Are you embezzling money from the opera? Hey, the contract says what it says. We listened and everything was fine. You guys should listen and everything will be fine. Whatever you do, on your own head be it. Peace out. A-Town down. Burp, beep, burp, beep. Burp, beep, burp, beep. Yeah. End scene. A few days pass and we pick up with the new managers getting the swing of running the opera, and they've decided to implement a couple of fun changes to the way things have been going. And that is 1, they will not be paying a ghost a salary, and 2, no longer will they waste valuable income opportunities by reserving the seats in box 5 for a ghost. And that's all great and that's all well and good and that's fine until Richard receives a letter in that same strange spiky red handwriting, and it says something along the lines of, "Dear new managers. Hi. Welcome to the opera. I hope things are going super great for you in your first weeks here. I noticed that you've started paying attention to a couple of the opera players. La Carlotta, La Sorelli, Little Jammies. And that's super great and awesome and really cool because they're very talented and very good at what they do. Aside from the fact that La Carlotta can't sing, La Sorelli only became prima ballerina because her body is so bad it drives a man to madness, and Little Jammies dances like a cow. And somehow, after all of that, you still won't give Christine Daae the role of Marguerite in Faust. It's okay, though. May I ask a special little favor between you and me? Can Christine sing the role of Sybil in Faust, at least? And can you please stop selling the seats to my box? I can't tell you how really super surprised I was that there were specific instructions left to sell the seats in my box, so maybe you didn't know about it. Maybe the other managers didn't tell you. Now you do, though. Now you know. So, thanks in advance. XOXO. P of the opera. Delivered along with the letter was a little newspaper clipping from the classifieds. And you know people can put messages in the classifieds. Well, there's one of those. Then the little piece of newspaper that was ripped out was a message, happened to be from the old managers, and the message says something along the lines of, yeah, we for sure did give the new managers your memorandum, so they're being stupid, not us. Please leave us alone. We did everything you asked us to. I beg of you, please. Richard shows the letter to Montchamin, and the two of them look at each other, and they come to the conclusion that, hey, neither one of us was born yesterday. And also, are you an idiot? I'm not an idiot. Neither one of us are idiots. So they can clearly see if somebody is coming at their eyes with wool. All right? Clearly, this is just some sort of attempt to knock Carlotta and Sorelli and Little Jammies down a peg in favor of Christine Daae or whoever else the opera ghost likes more. And so the managers, to call what they assume is a bluff, send Debienne and Poligny tickets for that night's Faust with seats in box 5. Next morning, we got a new note from the ghost, and he's like, "Hey guys. Christine was perfect and amazing as always. La Carlotta was flat and soulless as always. And I just thought maybe I should bring up the fact that you owe me $240,000 for the year. Actually, it's a little bit less than that because the other manager's contract ended on the 10th, so you can get the first installment to me whenever. Thanks. XOXO. P of the opera." And in addition to the note from the ghost, the new managers get a letter from the old managers that says, "Hey, thank you so much for the tickets. You know we love Faust, and you also know that there is no world in which we would step foot into box 5 during showtime because you know whose box that is. So please leave us out of this." Still not having enough sense to rub two coins together, the two new managers sell box 5 yet again, which goes poorly for them yet again, and eventually they talk to Madame Giry, the attendant of box 5 and Meg Giry's mother, who's like, "Oh yeah, the opera ghost is totally real." And they're like, "Okay, How do you know? Oh, well, I've been the attendant for this box since the old managers, and the Phantom's great. I mean, even if that guy broke his leg that one time, he's super kind, he tips well, sometimes he brings me chocolates. Decent guy, real salt of the earth. The Phantom of the Opera brings you chocolates and he broke a man's legs? Oh, no, silly, the Phantom didn't break the guy's leg. It's just that the last time the box was sold, it was when the old managers were here before your time. It was sold to a married couple and their single friend, and the ghost whispered in the husband's ear, "Hey, I think your single friend is flirting with your wife." And when the husband looked over, what does he see? His single friend flirting with his wife. So the husband gets up, he starts chasing the single friend, and the single friend falls down the stairs and breaks his leg. So that's not the Phantom's fault. It just happened because of the Phantom of the Opera. And how does the Phantom of the Opera tip you? Oh, well, he just leaves 2 little coins on the shelf where I put his program, and that's also where he puts my favorite English chocolates. Well, okay, I guess this is something we need to look into further then. And then the story pivots from this more corporate, clerical, and sure, comedic aspect and focuses back on my main lady, my favorite character in this story, even more than the Phantom himself. A character who I spent my entire senior year of college studying in great depth. Christine Daae. And let me just say this now, this is a pro-Christine Daae household. You've joined a family where we support Swedish sopranos who accidentally get tangled up in horrific circumstances on their journey through grief. There have been podcasts I've been excited to listen to and deep dives into Phantom that should have been perfectly geared toward my interests that I have dropped or never even deigned to pick up because they try to besmirch my girl. They try to besmirch the good Daae name. So many people try to act like Christine Daae is some boring, brainless damsel. And when I say this, I am looking very, very hard at a book called The Canary Trainer, which was a Phantom of the Opera Sherlock Holmes crossover that literally treats Christine as if she has IKEA Swedish meatballs for brains. I almost had to fistfight the sky when I read that book because it made me so mad. But if you're looking for a good Phantom Sherlock crossover, you should read Angel of the Opera by Sam Siciliano. And this frustrates me so much because Christine is not stupid. Yes, she gets tricked and deceived, but she is a wonderful character with a lot of inner strength, and I love her.
I love him. I love him.
There is more I want to say, and I want to expand on the topic of Christine, but it's far too soon to do that. So let's just put a pin in that, and we'll circle back at the end. So after Christine put on such a stunning performance at the gala, one would assume that while we, the reader, have been hanging out with the new managers as they get adjusted to their roles, Christine has been out singing a bunch of songs and making money moves in her career. But no. Since the farewell gala, Christine has sang at one charity event and then turned down every other offer that's come up. And when Christine hears that Raoul has been trying to speak with Monsieur Richard on her behalf to use his wealth and his status as a patron of the opera to secure her better roles, she writes to him and asks him to stop. And she has stopped going out, so nobody's really seen her outside of the theater. And even then, she's just really isolated and just keeping her own company right now. So what's going on? Is she super modest or incredibly vain? I mean, the story's already established that she is one of the only opera girls that everybody in the whole business knows has never taken a lover or had any dalliances. So Vicomte Raoul de Chaney coming in and trying to speak on her behalf is another rock tossed into an already raucously rippling pond after her boulder of a performance. And she is being super weird and cagey. So what is going on with Christine Daae? That's the question everybody has. Raoul has it. The readers have it. All of Paris has it. GL, Gaston Leroux, thinks he has an answer. There's this passage. It's one of those meta touches we get throughout where Gaston Leroux quotes his sources. And it says, "Why such curious behavior? Some took it as a sign of overweening arrogance, others of angelic modesty. But no one who treads the boards can afford to be quite so modest. Indeed, I'm not sure if I shouldn't simply put her actions down to one word: fear. I truly believe Christine Daae was frightened of what had happened to her and was as stunned as everyone else. Stunned? Surely not. But I have here a letter from the Persian's private collection, which throws light on the events of that time. Having reread it, I will not write that Christine was either stunned by or frightened of her triumph, but terrified of it. Yes, terrified. I no longer know who I am when I sing, she says. Poor, pure sweet Christine. So what do we know about Christine so far? 1, Swedish. 2, a super, almost surprisingly, suspiciously talented soprano. 3, has a mysterious gentleman caller. And 4, is potentially spooked out of her gourd about something. That's what we know about Christine. Let's hop over to Raoul again. Raoul, who is desperate to see Christine, and he cannot see her because she keeps hiding herself away. Well, he gets a note from Christine saying, "Hey buddy, I know what I said the other night, but actually, of course I remember you. I remember the little boy who ran into the sea to fetch my scarf. I'm actually on my way to Perros-Guirec to discharge a sacred duty concerning my father, and I would love it if you joined me." And oh baby, Raoul is on that train before the ink is dry. I don't know how he managed to get the note in his mind before Christine had finished writing it, but he was already, something told him to buy a train ticket. That boy was traveling before he knew the reason. And this is where we get a bit of backstory on Christine and how she and Raoul know each other, and I will go over that backstory now. Christine Daae was born in a small village in Sweden to a mother who died too soon and a father who only loved music and his daughter. After the death of Madame Daae when Christine was 5, Monsieur Daae, who was known as the finest fiddler in Scandinavia, sold his farm and took his daughter in one hand and his violin in the other and set out to make a name for himself as a musician. Instead, all he did was make them poor. Christine and her father eventually found themselves homeless, wandering the countryside, making what money they could, playing violin at fairs and festivals and other gigs, until one day they meet a kind man named Professor Valerius and his wife. And this wealthy couple take the two of them in and eventually take Christine and her father to France. Monsieur Daae does not do well in France and slowly starts withering away the longer that he lives there, rallying only in the summers when they would go to a seaside town named Perros-Guirec, if we're saying it French, or Perros-Guirec, if you're saying it how I always read it in my mind. And this beachside town has always reminded him of the wide-open Scandinavian skies that he misses so much. Monsieur Daae and Christine would take a week each summer to travel on their own, sleeping under the stars in barns or playing at fairs, just as they did before they moved to France. Monsieur Daae would play his violin, Christine would sing. They were both dressed respectably. They weren't begging for money at this point, so they actually accepted no money for their performances. But the two of them enchanted everyone who heard them, and they actually had like a little following who would kind of trail them around on their like 1 week only dynamic Daae duo summer tour, June 7th to June 14th. Once it's done, till the next year. The rest of the summer would be spent in Perros-Guirec at the sea, and that is where young Christine meets young Raoul. One of the enchanted who trailed them around was a boy who was visiting the seaside with his own family. The wind takes her scarf, which is a red scarf in the D'Amatos translation and almost every film and movie adaptation, but in the David Coward translation, color is not specified. So the wind takes her scarf, flings it out onto the water, and the next thing Christine hears is a little boy near her own age saying, "Don't worry, I'll go into the sea and fetch your scarf," and then he runs into the ocean fully clothed and retrieves it for her, much to his well-bred aunt's dismay. For the rest of that summer, the two of them are inseparable, though he is a viscount and she is the daughter of Swedish peasant farmers. They had similar natures and similar interests, and they would run around exploring and playing games and listening to Monsieur Daae play violin, and they would go door to door and beg old people to tell them fairy tales, and the person with the best fairy tales was Christine's father. These old Scandinavian tales about Swedish monsters and beautiful creatures that Christine and Raoul loved to listen to. And one of these stories was the tale of Little Lottie and the Angel of Music. And you know what? Let's have a direct quote here. "Little Lottie's head was always full, but was it full of nothing? She was a summer bird, gliding on golden sunbeams, her crown of flowers perched on her fair curly hair. Her nature was as cloudless and blue as her eyes. She adored her mother, was inseparable from her doll, and took good care of her dress, her red shoes, and her violin. But most of all, she loved going to sleep listening to the voice of the Angel of Music." Raoul thought Little Lottie was a perfect stand-in for Christine. Christine is, by the way, described as being blonde and blue-eyed, classic stereotypical Swedish looks, possibly inspired by a real-life Swedish soprano of the time named Christina Nilsson. And the Angel of Music Monsieur Daae spoke of featured heavily in all of his stories, and will feature heavily in this story from this moment on. The Angel of Music was said to visit all great musicians at least once in their lives. Those the angel visited as children became prodigies, and those he visited later in life were said to be touched by genius. And the angel is said to visit good little girls and boys who have pure hearts and practice all their scales, but he also comes to those who feel downcast and discouraged and fills their hearts and minds with beautiful music. So that is the role of the Angel of Music as told by Papa Daye. And this will be very important later on, especially since Papa Daye also says, "But you, darling girl," he said, "you shall hear it one day. When I'm in heaven, I'll send him down to you. I promise." Around this time, Monsieur Daye began to cough. So this magical, beautiful childhood summer ends, separating Raoul and Christine, and Monsieur Daye starts to grow weaker and weaker. 3 full years pass until summer unfurls once more over Perros-Guirec, and Viscount Raoul de Chaney, now a young man, journeys back to this seaside town with the express hope of seeing Christine and Monsieur Daye again, which he does. But things have changed in those intervening 3 years. In the time that has elapsed, Monsieur Daye has grown into a frail old man, and Christine and Raoul have grown into adolescents. So the 3 of them have tea before Christine gets overwhelmed and flees into the garden with, like a pounding heart, and her cheeks are flushed, and she's like, oh my gosh, she's a cute boy. And Raoul follows her out there because they were such good friends, right? And we know that he might have been glad to see Monsieur Daye, but he was not there to see Monsieur Daye. He was going to see his lady. We can be honest about that, right? And he was going to tell himself, oh, it was just friends, just don't going to see a friend. We know the reality of the situation, don't we? So the 2 of them are like sitting in the garden, and they're very awkward, and they're just like talking about nothing because neither one of them can get a single word out of their mouths because they're both so nervous. It's an awkward... We've all had this. Look deep into your heart and into your soul and think about the first time you had a one-on-one conversation with the person you had a giant, massive, debilitating crush on, and the fact that your mouth went dry and you couldn't say anything, and everything that did come out of your mouth was the stupidest version of the thought you had in your head. Just that's what they had, because they were 2 cute, adorable children having a giant, massive crush on each other. And you want to know what? That's cute. It's sweet. So, that horribly awkward interaction ends. Raoul takes her hand and gives it one last final kiss before he leaves. His heart heavy with the sad knowledge that Christine Daye could never be the wife of the Vicomte de Chaney. Let me remind you once more what we learned at the beginning of this book, which is that this very sweet man decided in his head and his heart a long time ago that he wasn't going to have a bunch of dalliances, because he was only going to fall in love with one woman, and that one woman would be the future Mrs. Vicomte Raoul de Chaney. And he's trying to protect his heart and trying to protect Christine's heart because he thinks, this is never going to work, so I have to stop it. I have to nip it in the bud. And his heart is pure. And
I love him. I love him.
So let's fast forward a bit. A few more years pass. Raoul becomes a sailor and distinguishes himself with great aplomb, and sweet Christine, who loved music just as much as her father did, and who was, according to those who had heard her sing, on her way to becoming a renowned operatic soprano, loses her father, and with his death, lost most of her love for music. Her heart and her soul just abandon her voice. She is a shell of the person that she was. She has just enough base level talent to get into the Paris Opera, but not to excel. Every now and then she'll, try hard and win a part or two to make Mama Valerius happy. Remember, there was Professor Valerius and his wife who took in Monsieur Daye and Christine, and now all that's left is Mama Valerius, the wife, and Christine. So this is basically her adoptive family and the only person she has in the world. So every now and then she'll win some role to make Mama Valerius happy. But other than that, she has no heart for music, and that used to be what made her who she was. And let's go back in with a direct quote again. The first time Raoul saw her at the opera, he was struck by her beauty and basked in pleasant memories of their past. But he had been very surprised by a certain negative quality in her work. She seemed detached. He came back to listen to her. He followed her backstage where he lay in wait for her behind a painted flat. He tried to attract her attention. More than once, he pursued her as far as the door of her dressing room, but she never saw him. Indeed, she never appeared to see anyone. She was indifference itself. Raoul was hurt because she was beautiful. He was shy and didn't even admit to himself that he was in love.
I love him. I love him.
And then there had been the lightning bolt of the evening of the gala concert. The heavens had opened and an angel's voice had descended to earth, captivating men's souls and capturing his heart. But then there was that other voice, the man's voice which, though there had been no one there, had come through her door. You must love me. And now we're basically caught up with the story. Raoul gets off the train, Christine's staying at a hotel called the Setting Sun Inn, and he books a room for himself and just waits a bit for Christine to show up. And when she does, she's like, "Oh my gosh, Raoul, it is so great to see you. I am so sorry about that weirdness in the dressing room. Thank you for joining me to pay respects to my dead father." That is a sacred duty she is discharging, by the way. And Raoul is like, literally, anytime you want to do anything, I am there. I am just so happy to be here. Your dad, of course, was a great dude, great guy, salt of the earth, love him. And I love you, Christine. I'm in love with you. What? I love you. Oh, boy. Okay, well, that wasn't why I invited you here. I invited you here because we're buddies, and that's it. We're friends, and that's all. And that's why I invited you here, because we are friends. We're me and this dude, we're friends. Oh, friends. Okay, well then why didn't you remember me, friend? How about that, pal? Why didn't you recognize me any of the 87 times I know you saw me in the opera house? Okay, yes, I did recognize you. Yeah, I thought you did. This is about that dude, isn't it? This is about that man's voice I heard in your dressing room, isn't it? And this, when he says man's voice in your dressing room, that's when the record scratch. Christine has Raoul break down exactly what he means in great detail, and so he's like, I was standing outside your door, as one does, listening to your private conversations, and some guy was like, you have to love me, and you were like, how can you say that? I gave you my soul, and now I'm dead. And he's like, a soul is a beautiful thing. No emperor received so fair a gift, the angels wept tonight. That whole bit. And Christine, upon hearing this, just has two perfect giant tears rolling down her face and is like,
I have to return some videotapes.
And goes and locks herself in her room. So Raoul is once again doing his sad little Charlie Brown walk. Because why did he act like that? He's kind of kicking himself because he pushed her and he got weirdly jealous, even though he has no right to be jealous. And now she's crying and also dating somebody else, and he's an idiot, and he kicks a little rock. So the day passes, a mass is sung specifically for Christine's father, and afterwards, Raoul is standing in the churchyard looking at this bouquet of vividly red, unseasonable roses that are laid out on Christine's dad's grave. And Christine herself comes up and she just says, "Hey, you think there's going to be any goblins tonight?" And this, of course, is a cute little callback because that's what their whole relationship is, a giant tragedy surrounded by adorable little callbacks. As previously mentioned, Monsieur Daae had a bunch of great stories about all kinds of fairy tale creatures, goblins, weird little sea creatures, stuff like that. And Christine and Raoul, after hearing these stories, would go off and try and find these creatures. And Christine, who is a little short-sighted and probably needs some glasses, would be the one who always said she could see these creatures. Like, she'd be like, look, there's one of them. And Raoul, who has perfect 20/20 vision, never did see the goblins, never did see anything. And it's sweet and it's cute, and he's like, oh man, that's so funny that you remembered that. I love you. She smacks smacks her hand over his mouth. But just as he starts to yet again declare his love for her, she smacks her hand over his mouth and she's like, listen to me. I have to say something very important to you, okay? Do you remember the Angel of Music? And he does remember the Angel of Music. And she proceeds to tell him that when her father died, we were there, we read the quote, when her father died, he promised that he would send the Angel of Music to her. And here's the thing, her father did send the Angel of Music to her. And Raoul's like, I can really believe that because you sing so pretty. And also, I love you. Okay, you're not listening to me. My dad sent me the actual Angel of Music. I'm not joking. This is actually happening. I've heard him. I'm taking voice lessons from him. And you know what, Raul? I'm not the only person who has heard him. May I take this down? Okay. Who else has heard him? You, Raul, you. That guy's voice, the man's voice you heard in my dressing room, that's the Angel of Music. I don't think I can convey how excited I was when I realized I am not the only person who can hear him. You can hear him too. Oh, okay. What do you mean? Oh, I just mean in the way it's normally meant. Like, that sounds kind of suspicious and unlikely. Suspicious and unlikely. Okay, what do you think you heard then? Did you think you just heard some man's voice in my dressing room? Yes, because that's what I did hear. Oh, well, okay then, genius. Did you or did you not go into my dressing room? I did. And was there anybody there? No? Okay, so if 1 + 1 = 2, and you heard a voice and I heard a voice, and my dead dad promised to send me the Angel of Music, and neither one of us saw a body attached to that voice, what conclusion do you draw? Okay, Christine, well, I think somebody's messing with you. And this? Oh, this insults Christine to her very core. Oh, this makes her mad. She is immediately like, I cannot believe what I am hearing. I do not believe what I am hearing. You stand there, claiming to love me, claiming to love my dead dad whose grave is right over there. And you're calling me a liar to my face? You do not believe me? And he does not believe her. And so she's gone. Yet again, this sweet guy just wrecks his chances to hang out with the girl he likes by being just so uncool and not chill in the worst possible way. Like, I love the passion, Raul. I love the energy. But baby boy needs to just rein it in because he's doing way too much, way too soon. Yet again, we find him sad Charlie Brown walking back to his own room where he stares morosely out the window, pining, yearning, and trying to figure out how to start a relationship with a woman he has deeply insulted. He should ask Mr. Darcy about how to fix those kind of things. And who is also potentially just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He's doing math and making plans until he sees a figure in the dead of night walking away from the inn, and that figure is Christine. So, of course, because he is the world's biggest drama queen, he's like, my beloved, and scampers after her. And since she's heading to the church, he assumes that this has something to do with her sacred duty, and he keeps a respectful distance from her, just, tracking her through a graveyard in the dark like a gentleman would. When she finally stops at her father's grave, just as he expected. Everything is going according to the plan he's made up in his head. But what Raul did not expect was for gorgeous, haunting violin music to start pouring from the sky. What he's hearing is a familiar song. It's a song that Christine's father always used to play called The Resurrection of Lazarus. And for a second, Raul can almost believe that he is hearing music from heaven. That is how good and gorgeous and beautiful and perfect this music is, until he uses his big brain thinking to deduce that the music actually doesn't seem to just be coming from the sky in general. Sounds more like it's coming maybe from over there, by that giant wall of skulls. Please keep in mind this is a church in France, and while here in America, in a country that is only 200 years old, we haven't had the time nor the inclination to build bone churches, it was all a rage over in Europe, where they've got way more time on their hands, just in terms of history. They love bone churches. They got bone churches up all over the place. So a wall of skulls, sometimes that just happens in France. I took art history. Learned all about the French bone churches. Christine, she's just sitting there basking in this beautiful music, and she serenely drifts back to the inn, content to have heard the Angel of Music. But Raul decides to do a little bit of investigating. So he goes over to the big pile of skulls and starts poking around a bit, searching, investigating, until one skull rolls off the pile, and then another skull runs off the pile, and then another, almost as if someone behind the pile had accidentally bumped into it. And now, maybe it wasn't, maybe I lied, maybe it wasn't a wall of skulls, it was just a pile of skulls. But he goes over, One skull rolls off the pile and then another, followed by another, almost as if someone was hiding behind the big pile of skulls, and as they stood up and tried to run away, they disturbed it, and then skulls started rolling all over everything. And as you know, skulls are coming tumbling towards him. He looks and he sees a shadow running towards the church. So Raoul starts sprinting after this shadow, grabs the shadow's cape, and what does he see? Turning around dramatically to look down at him with evil, wicked eyes, but a death's head. And then Raoul wakes up at his room in the Setting Sun Inn. Much to think about, much to consider. Part of that, what we need to think about and consider, is that half of that chapter, all of Raoul's actions in the courtyard, are written as if they're pulled from a police interrogation, because Raoul was actually found half frozen on the steps of the altar in the church, and the authorities, of course, had some questions. You draw your own conclusions as to what happened after Raoul saw a death's head in the graveyard. And that's just another one of those really fun details that sort of flesh out the world of the story and the feel of it, where you feel like you're reading this investigation, and you're getting all these outside sources, and it's just mysterious and so well woven together. And I know you're getting the gist of the story from me. I'm making this video because I think everybody should read this book, but I'm not sure if everybody will, and I want them to have I'm gonna listen to this in the background and then I can watch the other videos going forward, and now I feel like I've read The Phantom of the Opera. But I think you should read The Phantom of the Opera. It is a beautiful book and I love it.
I love him.
But I think we've reached a point where it's a good idea to just gather the information we have so far. Let's stop and take stock. So, what do we know? We know, 1, Christine and Raoul, childhood sweethearts. 2, the Phantom of the Opera is said to have a death's head. That is, of course, if he's not invisible and not a bodiless head of flame. 3, Raoul and Christine have both heard the bodiless voice that Christine claims is the angel of music. And 4, Raoul snuck into a solo performance of the angel playing violin and wound up clutching the cape of a figure with a death's head. These are all things we know to be true. Interesting. I shan't draw any conclusions yet, but the math, the addition, the subtraction, I'm doing long division, I'm calculating, I'm multiplying the square root of pi or something, because maybe something's starting to add up. Anyway, let's check in with the managers, shall we? Since we last spoke to them, they have been giving the whole Box 5 issue some thought, and they've decided, after poking around a bit in the box themselves and after firing Madame Giry, that they are going to watch the next show in the ghost box, in the ghost seat. They themselves will be the guinea pigs in this experiment, and after that, they will finally be able to put this nonsense to rest. So, having made that decision, they of course both get letters from P of the Opera that say something along the lines of, "Oh, so, it's gonna be war then. You wanna tussle? You wanna fight? Oh, I can tango anytime you like, baby, but here's the thing, just in case you don't want to put on your dancing shoes, I have 4 conditions that will end this right here. Condition 1. You will give me back my box seat. Stop trying to sell it. I am sick of saying this. Give it back to me forever. Condition number 2. Christine will be playing the role of Marguerite tonight. Don't worry about La Carlotta. She's indisposed. Condition 3. Give Madame Giry her job back. And condition 4. You will write a letter stating that you agree to every term that the previous managers agreed to. You will put that letter in Madame Giry's hand because she works here again. She will deliver it to me, and then I will get back to you with the date, time, and method for paying me the copious amounts of money that you owe. Failure to comply will mean that tonight's Faust will be staged in a theater that is cursed. You have been warned. XOXO, P of the Opera." Oh, this old thing? Oh, this old thing? This old thing? This costume isn't canon to the book, but I saved up money and I bought this bad boy because I was going to do a Halloween costume, and then I never got around to making the part that goes under this. Who's my inspiration?
The Phantom of the
So both managers get a copy of that letter, which they both opt to ignore. And right after they read it, the head groom comes into their office and is like, hey guys, the ghost stole a horse. And then, while the groom is still there, Madame Giry walks in and is like, hello, gentlemen. I was told by the ghost that you have something for me. Waiting for them to put that letter in her hand. But all that the managers have for Madame Giry is a literal boot to the backside. Here, have a quote on screen. So while that's all happening over at the opera, Carlotta is just having a nice relaxing day at home when a letter arrives for her in the mail in that same red, scribbled, spiky handwriting. And it basically says, Dear Carlotta. There's actually no signature or anything. It just says, Dear Carlotta. Just try it. Just see what happens. Go ahead and show up to the theater tonight and just see how that plays out. I double dog dare you. You know what? No, I triple dog dare you. Come to the theater tonight. Open your big mouth. Sing with your big voice. And see if it doesn't give you a fate worse than death. XOXOP in the opera. And Carlotta's response to this act of intimidation is just like, no, that's not gonna fly, actually. Because you see, Carlotta's been getting letters of this nature for some time now, and it's pretty apparent that somebody has it out for her. A cabal is the word that Gaston Leroux uses. Carlotta is convinced that a cabal of Christine Daae's supporters is plotting against her. I need to do more with the sleeves. How do I? So let's rewind back to the night of the farewell gala, where Carlotta had actually not been sick. She had been testing the new managers. She wanted them to see how much they needed her by not showing up for this very important event. And when everything crashed and burned, she'd be able to wrangle a better contract out of them. But in a twist that did not align with her plans, however, the gala not only went off without a hitch, but also launched her understudy into stardom. And wouldn't you know it, no more bronchitis. It's a miracle, a medical miracle. Because here's the difference between La Daae and La Carlotta. Both are obviously very talented, incredible singers, but what stunned the audience and Raoul and the Angel of Music is that Christine sings with her entire, mind, heart, body, and soul. There is passion and life and sorrow in the music she makes, and that's what transports listeners. Not just the technique and quality of her voice, but everything that's behind it as well. Carlotta, on the other hand, can hit any note you want her to hit, and she'll hit it well, but her voice has no spirit. It has no life. She sings, and the technique is there, and there's quality honed from years of performing professionally. She's good, and you can't deny that she's good, but she's not great. Not in the way that Christine is truly great, and now that the Paris Opera and the Paris audience and everybody in Paris has heard the difference, Paris wants great. As might be suspected, Carlotta does not take kindly to some little Swedish upstart coming in and blowing the roof off of the opera. Again, is that foreshadowing?
Maybe.
And upstaging her. So whatever this, imagine I'm waving around a letter with a childlike hand as though someone was writing with a matchstick. This little cabal of admirers that Christine Daae has managed to cobble together against her, against La Carlotta, the prima donna, the soprano of all sopranos, the star, the reigning diva. Well, more than one person can have a cabal, Christine. Remember how right after the gala, Christine was getting offers to perform outside the opera? Those all start to dry up, and the newspapers that were full of praise for La Daae start clamoring for La Carlotta. And most importantly, Carlotta decides that she's going to sing that night's Faust no matter what the opera ghost says. So Carlotta starts sending word out to her supporters to come to that evening's show of Faust, packing the audience full of people who support her and do not support Christine Daae. And when she gets another note that says, "You have a cold, stay home, P of the opera," she's like, I'm feeling fine. I am not an opera singer, despite all of the yearning in my heart to be one. I never studied the art of song past high school choir, so that's on me. I could have tried if I wanted to, but when they told me I wasn't a soprano anymore in 11th grade because my voice had dropped like a prepubescent boy's, I had to give up on that dream. Night falls, the curtain rises, and we've got 1, a packed house chock full of La Carlotta supporters, 2, the managers in the ghost box, 3, the brothers de Chaney in their box, and 4, Madame Giry's replacement, the new box keeper, sitting smack dab in the middle of the audience, watching a free show, her first show ever, actually, before she starts her new job. And thus begins the show in a house with a curse on it. Let's check in with the managers. They go into box 5, and the first thing they see is a box of English chocolates, sitting exactly where Madame Giry said the ghost always left boxes of English chocolate for her. Weird, but it could still be a prank. It could even be a prank by Madame Giry. So they leave, they take care of some managerial duties, and then they pop back into box 5. And now, in addition to the chocolates, there is also a set of opera glasses, just as Madame Giry had said there might be. A little unsettled, they sit down, get ready to watch the performance, and the longer they're in box 5, the more they start to feel this like strange and chilling breeze. I don't know if it's really, but it's like, you know, in haunted house stories, they tell you like a chill down your back. Like that's the vibe in box 5. On to La Carlotta. The audience, almost all of who is there for the behind the scenes drama and not Faust, is on the edge of their seat, waiting to see what Christine and her supporters have planned. So when Christine finally comes on stage, the audience braces for this big, inappropriate, disruptive round of applause from Christine's cabal. But nothing happens. When La Carlotta comes on stage, however, the huge swath of supporters that she brought in loses its mind, and they're the ones who provide the inappropriate and disruptive applause on La Carlotta's behalf. And this is because, you know, Christine, if she didn't want to interrupt the show in that way, might have something else planned, so they've all got to stick together and support their girl against the insidious Swede. Speaking now of Christine, she's doing just okay. She has a very pretty singing voice, no one can deny that, but there's a downside to putting your whole heart and soul and mind and body into your art, and that downside is that it becomes very obvious when your heart isn't in it. Christine starts off strong when she gets on stage, but then she takes one look up at Raoul's box, and all of a sudden, she's just barely hanging on. Her voice gets clogged, she looks almost frightened, and it's a distinct difference and downgrade from her performance at the gala. And finally, the brothers de Chaney, oh, they're having a terrible time. Raoul is just openly weeping into his hands in the box, and Philippe is described as just angrily chewing at his mustache. And this is because after the whole Paris-Gorec fiasco, Christine sent Raoul a note that says, "Dear friend of former days, you must be brave and never try to see or talk to me again. If you love me at all, do this for me. Dear Raoul, I will never forget you. Above all, you must stay away from my dressing room. It is more than my life is worth, and yours too. Your Christine." So that's what's going on with all of our main players at the top of the show. Carlotta, seeing that Christine hasn't brought any sort of knife to this fight, and in fact has brought no weapons at all since she barely seems to be holding it together, Carlotta's pretty pleased with this turn of events, and for once, she starts to sing with a little bit of zing. Leroux says she had ceased to be Marguerite, she was Carmen, and if you know anything about opera, that means she was singing with some fire. Carmen is a very different role than Marguerite. So Carlotta's really going for it. She's all in. She is cementing her spot yet again as the reigning prima donna of the Paris Opera House when she croaks like a toad. Literally. And maybe I even want to be like, "Ree," and put a little croak noise in there. I do. Summer? Find a little frog and put a croak in there. The technically perfect, high-quality song, now with pizzazz, coming out of her mouth is violently interrupted by a sound like a toad in a bog croaking at twilight just after it saw a nice juicy bug. And everybody goes dead silent. Everyone on stage, everyone in the audience, La Carlotta herself. None of them has ever seen this happen to La Carlotta, because this sort of thing doesn't happen to La Carlotta. Her voice, like I said, is technically perfect. She tries to sing again. She tries to sing again. And while she's croaking like a toad in a bog at twilight who just saw a nice juicy bug, the managers are freaking out because things have gotten even weirder in box 5. Not only is their highly paid star crashing out in front of a full house, the two managers can actually hear P of the Opera, the Phantom himself, laughing at them, and then that same bodiless laughing voice says, "The way she's singing tonight could well bring down the chandelier." The managers both look up to see the massive chandelier swinging above the roiling audience, above the stunned La Carlotta, swinging violently above this house with a curse on it, before the chandelier comes crashing down and lands directly on the woman who would have taken Madame Giry's job. Cut to 2 weeks later. After the events of that night, Carlotta took ill and hasn't been on stage since her voice betrayed her. And Christine seems to have gone missing. Or she at least went missing in Raoul's eyes. The distracted managers are busy dealing with the fallout of, the chandelier's fallout. And they don't really have time to talk, but they do tell Raoul that Christine requested and was granted 2 weeks off. So wherever she is, she went there willingly. Raoul then goes to Christine's house to speak to Mama Valerius, and he's like, "Hey, Mama Valerius, do you have any idea where Christine is?" "Oh, Raoul, she's with her good angel." Her good angel? Yes, the angel of music. Yes, dear boy, she's with the angel of music. She went off with him for a couple of... weeks, but it's a secret you can't tell nobody. And Raoul is like, "Everybody around me is insane. Okay, your secret's safe with me." And then Mama Valerius is like, "Hey, handsome, I'll tell you another secret." "Hey, handsome, I'll tell you another secret." "Okay." "Christine used to have a crush on you, you know." "What?" "Yeah, she used to talk about you all the time." Cool. Yeah, cool, yeah. Quick question, could we circle back actually to the angel real quick? Oh yeah, the angel gives the lessons at the opera at about 8 in the morning because nobody's there at that time. She goes to a dressing room, she has a lesson with the angel, she learns how to sing better. It's been going on for a while now. That's all. And that's about the extent of the information Raoul can get out of this seemingly senile old woman, and he's feeling very mixed up about it because it's confirmed that Christine at least used to have a crush on him, but probably doesn't anymore because she's gone off gallivanting with some angel for 2 weeks, and the maid just smirked at him because she can tell he's an idiot and he feels like an idiot, and he's yet again sad Charlie Browning it through the streets of Paris, just sort of kicking rocks and mumbling, and he's like, "Stupid Christine, I thought you'd like me and I like you, and I just wish you would stop being with me." When a carriage drives by, and who should stick her lovely face out of the window but Christine herself? And of course, the moment he sees her, he's like, "Christine!" and tries to throw himself at the carriage, but it trundles off quickly into the night, which makes him even more upset, because this, if anything, proves she has a lover, right? Like, you can't ride in a carriage with an angel, can you? He's doing the math, he's doing calculations, and he's coming up with some pretty distressing numbers. The next morning, however, to his great surprise, he gets a note from his lady love herself. It's covered in mud. It has "Please forward to the Viscount Raoul de Chaney" written on the front, and it seems like it was just picked up off the street and delivered to the house. And the note says, "Raoul, the day after tomorrow, midnight, at the masked ball at the opera, in the small reception room behind the great fireplace in the main lobby. Stand by the door that leads to the rotonde. Don't mention this meeting to anyone. Dress as a white domino. Make sure the mask hides your face. My life depends on your not being recognized. Christine." And he's gonna go, obviously. The night of the masquerade arrives, and it finds Viscount Raoul de Chaney standing exactly where Christine requested he stand in his white domino mask, his poor little untried heart beating wildly, waiting to see how Christine will break it this time. The crowd is crazy, but from it finally emerges the lady herself, sweet Mademoiselle Daae, in a black domino mask, and she starts leading Raoul out of the hubbub and away from the press of people. They're able to do this and kind of get through the crowd a little subtly because most of the crowd is distracted by this incredible figure standing at the top of the stairs, dressed completely in scarlet and wearing a remarkably realistic death's head mask and a long cape with the phrase, "Make way, for I am Red Death," embroidered on it. This is very Poe. This is very Mask of the Red Death. One guy, however, in the audience opts not to make way for Red Death and instead reaches out to boop, give him a little touch, give him a little poke, and promptly finds his wrist captured by this skeletal hand. And there's something very frightening and unsettling about this strange scarlet vision. So the guy pulls free and he runs off, blubbering and holding his wounded little wrist. And watching this man's progress as he runs away, the Red Death happens to turn towards the discreetly fleeing Christine and Raoul. And Raoul instantly recognizes the Death's Head. Red Death is the same guy that attacked him in the cemetery in Paris-Correct. So Raoul, he's about to throw hands, but Christine grabs him and just starts pulling him away, looking over her shoulder and speeding up again and again as if somebody is chasing them through the crowd before she finally pulls him into one of the opera boxes and tells him to go hide in the back. Raoul takes off his mask, but Christine is too busy listening with her ear pressed to the door to remove hers. And she's finally like, "He must have gone to the box above ours." And Raoul is like, "Who?" And Christine opens the door a crack and sneaks a peek, and they both see a snazzy scarlet boot, take a step down the stairs. So Raoul starts charging the door, and he's like, hey, let me at him. The Death's Head from Paris-Correct. You won't get away from me this time. And Christine's like, whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean by he? What do you mean by this time? Who do I mean by he? I mean him! The Red Death, your angel of music. Open the door, Christine, and then he and I will both take off our masks and I'll get to see the face of the man you love and the man who loves you. And Christine flings her arms out and is like, in the name of our love, Raoul. You shall not pass! And Raoul is like, oh my gosh, did you just say in the name of our love? But remember, Raoul is a king who respects himself, and he does some math. He's doing a lot of math. He says, hold on a second. Okay, when I got attacked in the cemetery, did she stay the next morning to help me? No. Did she write a letter to me asking me to never see her again? Yes. Is she just a lying liar who lies and is trying to protect that scarlet sop from my two manly fists? Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what's happening. So he calls her a liar right to her face. I won't lie, though I have learned to love my boy. This is not his most bright and shining moment. He's like, you don't love me. You have never loved me, and you're a liar, and you lied to me, and you lied to Mama Valerius, and everybody thinks you're so good, and you're so nice, but you are a mean girl. Our love? Why you flaunt yourself around the ball with Red Death? I despise you. I despise you, Christine. And Christine is just taking it. She's very stoic. Because if Raoul is yelling at her, that means he's not trying anything stupid with the Red Death out there. And so she goes, one day, you are going to ask me to forgive you for everything that you just said. And I will. And Raoul responds, shan't. Should maybe, but shan't. And to think I wanted to give my name to some tart from the opera. The shame will kill me. No, Raoul. You have to live. But for now, goodbye. And something about the way she says that makes him go, But he ignores that feeling of like concerned curiosity and instead is like, goodbye? Well, surely you won't mind if I come and applaud you sometimes. I'll never sing again. Oh, yeah, right, sure. And then maybe I'll see you some nights on the Bois. That's the road she was on in the carriage. You won't see me on the Bois or anywhere else ever again. Oh, okay, sure. So where are you going? What horrible place are you disappearing into? Or what paradise? That's what I was going to tell you tonight. But I see now that you won't believe me. You've lost faith in me. It's over. And finally, after hearing the despair in the way she says, it's over, his concern finally wins out over his hurt and anger, and he is like, Christine, what is going on? You are lying to me. You're lying to Mama Valerius. I could tell that you were the one being lied to when we were in Perros-Guirec, but now you clearly know what's going on and you are still willingly participating. What kind of farce is this, Christine? And this is when she finally rips off her own mask and she's like, not a farce, it's a tragedy. And her face is crazy. It's sallow and pale. She's got big furrows between her eyebrows and giant shadows under her eyes. Baby doll has clearly been going through it. And after all this time and weird drama and things alluded to but never outright stated, Raoul finally realizes that maybe something else is going on with Christine, something a little bit out of the norm of like a wealthy patron seducing a singer in his, like maybe something a little bit more dire than that. And when he says, Christine, oh, Christine, he murmured, holding out his arms to her. You said you would forgive me. Perhaps. Maybe one day, she said as she replaced her mask. Then she walked away, forbidding him to follow with a dismissive wave of her hand. He attempted to run after her, but she turned and repeated the gesture with such imperious authority he dared not take another step. One of the novel's most consistent through lines is that Raoul will be doing. So after he spends the rest of the night running around the ball, trying to catch up to the Red Death, only to be told over and over again that he just missed him, Sometime around 2 a.m, he sad Charlie Brown walks himself down to Christine's dressing room, and he just sort of stands there in her dressing room, looking at her desk and thinking he might write her a dejected little note when he hears footsteps. So he scurries off to go hide in a nook, and Christine comes in. Now remember, she asked him not to come into her dressing room anymore. Listen, though I've learned to love my boy, there are some things he does where you're like, sir, you shouldn't have done this. But how would we know the story if he wasn't pulling these shenanigans? You win some, you lose some, okay? His heart is good. His heart is pure. And he hasn't murdered anybody, so we have to say that. I say this because I love the Phantom of the Opera, so it's a reminder for myself as well. So he scurries off to hide himself in a nook, and Christine comes in. She tosses her mask aside, and she slumps down in the chair at the desk and just kind of sits there for a while with her head in her hands. And Raoul, he's watching from behind a curtain, and he's like, oh, is she sad that we fought? Because I'm sad that we fought. Maybe I could go tell her that we're both sad and we can be happy together if we just stop fighting. But then he hears her murmur, and she doesn't murmur, oh, poor Raoul, like she's so sad they were fighting. No, instead, she says, poor Eric. Poor Eric. Poor Eric? Who the heck is Eric? She sits up, she kind of shakes it off, and she just starts writing. She fills several pages, and these are actually the private letters that Gaston Leroux mentioned earlier in the book, and these are the inspirations for my web series, The Private Letters of Christine Daae. And so she's writing for a while, filling up these pages, and then suddenly she looks up as if she heard something. And now that you mention it, Raoul can actually hear something too. It's like a rhythm, but it's very quiet in the distance, but definitely something there. So Christine gets up, she folds up the papers, and she hides them in her shirt and says, I'm here, Eric. It's you who's late, not me. And then someone starts to sing. The voice is coming from everywhere and nowhere. There's nobody in the room who could be making this sound, and Raoul cannot move. He is transfixed by this voice. Christine, hearing it, has the serene smile of someone on their deathbed seeing the angels just before they breathe their last, and the voice just keeps going, rooting both of them to the spot. Raoul finally manages to shake off the power of the song and be like, what am I doing? Because it truly seemed to have captured him and rendered him incapable of moving or really even thinking for a moment. That's how good this voice was. So Raoul steps out of the nook to alert Christine of his presence, but because Christine has at this point flung out her arms and is moving towards the mirror, she doesn't notice him right away, especially since the way he's standing, her reflection is completely blocking him in the mirror. So she can't see that he's back there, and the two Christines are just getting closer and closer to each other until suddenly something happens, and there's 4 Christines, and then a dozen, and then 28, and light is flashing from somewhere that he can't figure out, and everything's spinning until all of a sudden it stops, and Raoul is just alone in Christine's dressing room, with only the fading sound of that impossibly beautiful voice. And after all that, Raoul's just like, who's Eric? Okay, so in terms of where we are in the book, we just hit chapter 11, and chapter 13 is one of the most important chapters in the book. It's also one of my favorite chapters of the book. So I'm just going to quickly sum up chapters 11 and 12, and in order to do that, I'll have to leave out some of the nuance. But what I want you to keep in mind is that this book is fantastic, and you should read it, and I personally love chapters 11 and 12. It's just that I don't think this style of narration is going to do them justice, so I'm going to get to the bigger chapter and sort of give you the quick version of this. So, the night after the masquerade, Raoul decides to go to Mama Valerius's house to, check and see if she was aware that Christine had just split into a million sparkling pieces and disappeared into the ether. But who should be sitting in the living room next to the old lady but Christine Daae herself, working on some lace. It's just a very charming and domestic scene. Raoul, seeing this, comes straight to the point and is like, okay, you know what, that good angel you've been running around with, Christine?
You in danger, girl.
Which freaks Mama Valerius out, and she's like, chocolate. What are you talking about? Hey, handsome, what are you talking about? Christine's in danger. What are you saying right now? And Christine's just kind of sitting there in the middle, throwing around the And she's like, no, okay, no, I'm fine, and don't worry about it. And also, there is no good angel, so we can all just stop talking about this. But Raoul, taking a big spoon and just stirring the pot, she sure is in danger, Mama Valerius. And Christine, I'd be happy to stop talking about it. In fact, Mama Valerius and I swear we will never ask you anything else again if you will just promise to stay with us so we can keep you safe. And Christine, her response to this is, I don't want you to swear any such thing, nor will I promise to do what you ask, said Christine disdainfully. I am a free agent, sir. You have no right to try and control my actions, and I would be glad if you would try not to do so in the future. As to what I have been doing these last 2 weeks, there is only one man who has any right to ask me to account for myself, my husband. But I have no husband, and I have no intention of marrying, ever. She says this all very forcefully, and she flings her hands out as she does so. But what's that on her finger? On her wedding ring finger. Yeah, it's what looks to be a wedding ring, so that's big talk from somebody already married? I cannot do the actual dialogue justice, just me here sitting in front of my computer. So I'm going to do what I can, and I just need you to believe me when I say that the written dialogue is much richer and full of depth. So, I have no intention of marrying ever. Did Eric give that to you? Who told you about Eric? You did. Were you listening at my door again? No. This time I was in your room. Do you want to get yourself killed? So Christine, pulls herself together and says to Raoul, I'm going to need you to forget about the man's voice you heard singing, okay? Just let it go. And I need you to promise me that you will not go into my dressing room ever again. Okay, well, I'll promise if you promise to invite me to your dressing room sometimes. Okay, I promise. When? Tomorrow? I swear. Okay, so that was chapter 11. Chapter 12, Raoul and Christine meet in her dressing room and proceed to engage in what I hold may be the literary world's saddest excuse for the fake dating trope. Remember how I said earlier that Raoul is a sailor? Well, he's been on leave all this time, and he has an expedition to the Arctic leaving in about 3 weeks, a month at the latest. Raoul is very bummed out about this because he's like, oh my gosh, Christine, we just found each other, I love you, and aren't you going to be sad if I'm gone? And of course he tries to sneak in a little but if we got married, things wouldn't be so hard if we got married. If you and I got married, it wouldn't be so bad. Which she, of course, immediately shuts down because remember, she said, I'm never going to get married wearing a wedding ring until she has an interesting and unique idea. But, she said, holding out both hands to him, or rather giving them to him as if she had decided to make him a gift of them. But if we can't marry, we could get engaged. No one would know but us, Raoul. If people can get married in secret, why can't they get engaged in secret? Consider us engaged, dear Raoul, for a month. 1 month from now, you will sail away, and I shall be happy, for I shall have the memory of that month for the rest of my life. She was delighted with her scheme. Then she was serious again. It will make us happy, she said, and harm no one. And Raoul is, of course, down for whatever, because A, it means he gets to spend more time with Christine, who he loves. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier, but he does. He loves her. And B, Raoul is pretty sure that by the end of the month, he will be able to convince her to actually marry him, so it's all going according to plan for Raoul. And what follows is just a bummer. Man, these two. And I don't know if I've actually been conveying this well because I've been trying to add some levity because this is a YouTube video about one of the greatest gothic horror stories ever written and not, the actual book itself. But these two crazy kids are just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs about each other. Raoul, as we've clearly established, is just out of his mind into Christine. And Christine, though she has been a little standoffish for reasons that I will soon disclose, has harbored sweet and tender feelings for this boy since she herself was a girl.
Hey guys, quick note from Editing Summer. I noticed something cool while I was typing up all of the quotes for the graphics that you see on screen, and I think it highlights the point that I'm making here. So in the scene where Christine and Raoul are teenagers, and he kisses her hand and then leaves with the sad knowledge that Christine Daae could never be the wife of the Vicomte de Chaney, the first half of that quote that I didn't read aloud but I did put on screen, he kisses her hand and then says, I will never forget you, and then immediately feels like a cad because he had promised in his own heart that he was never going to fall in love with anybody except the future Mrs. Raoul de Chaney, the future Mrs. Vicomte Raoul de Chaney. Him, like, basically promising to never forget this woman is just a super jerky thing to do to the future Viscountess. But he said, I will never forget you. Then, when I was typing up the letter that Christine sends Raoul right after Perros-Guirec, I noticed that she says the same thing back to him. She's basically like, dear friend of former days, please don't ever talk to me again. I need you to leave me alone. Don't come by my dressing room. But nestled right in the middle of that letter that's very like, back up, brother, leave me alone. In the middle of that very standoffish letter, she also says, I will never forget you, which is the last thing that Raoul said to her when they were both teenagers. And I think that's super cute. And I recognize that that might not have been an intentional connection because who knows, maybe there's some French phrase that means I will never forget you. That's a very common term of endearment that somebody would say, and it doesn't have any significance to their characters. But if we're looking at the English, I think we can make the argument that her saying, I will never forget you, might not just mean I will never forget you. It might be her returning that same sentiment to Raoul all those years later.
This is classic childhood sweetheart stuff we're talking about here. Tender, romantic, nostalgic. There just happens to be a big, giant cloud of mystery looming darkly over their love. And this cloud keeps Christine pretty much trapped inside the opera, which is the only place she or Raoul ever gets to see each other. They wander the halls and the sets. They spend time in fake gardens and surrounded by walls of fake cities. Never the real thing, never the real sky. And Christine, she knows everybody in the opera, and everyone knows and loves her because she's kind and helpful, and she takes a genuine interest in them.
I love him. I love him.
Everyone from the little ballet girls who are only 9 to 10 to the seamstresses to the stagehands to like the little homeless old couples who have made little homes in the secret hidden corners of the opera. She goes around and she talks to them. Actually, she and Raoul, that last group, the little old couples, they go to them and beg stories just like they used to when they were little kids. This chapter is so sweet and sad because it's the one time we get to see these two in love and happy, but even that happiness is tainted by that cloud of mystery. There are times when Christine will seem to see something in the shadows and pull Raoul quickly down corridors and around corners for reasons she won't explain and will try to laugh off. At one point, they come across an open trap door and Raoul is like, hey, you've shown me everywhere else in the opera. Why don't you show me the lower levels? And Christine is like, never, ever, in a million years, will I ever take you down there? Ever. Ever. Never? Not once. No, never. This response is very suspicious, and Raoul is immediately like, oh, okay. So that's where he lives. Oh my gosh, that's insane! What are you talking about? Why do you always take things so weird? You're so crazy. Get out of your move. Go, go, go. She's like pushing him down the hall. And then as that's happening, the trap door slams closed behind them. And Raoul's like, was that him? And Christine's actively trying to push him down the hall while Raoul is again just, if he's not sad Charlie Brown walking, he's just rolling up his fists. He's gonna fight somebody. It wasn't him. He's working, so he can't be opening and closing trapdoors at the same time. He is working, and we are safe. That is it. Oh, he works? What does he work on? Book quote incoming. Something terrifying, which is why we're perfectly safe. When he's working on it, he has no eyes for anything else. He doesn't eat or drink and hardly breathes for days and nights. He's like a walking corpse. He doesn't have time to play around with traps. She gave another shudder, then leaned over the trap and listened. Raoul let her do and say whatever she liked. He said nothing. He was afraid that the sound of his voice might break the spell and interrupt the still fragile flow of revelations. She had not released him. She was still holding him in her arms. And then she murmured, "But what if it really was him?" "Are you frightened of him?" Raoul asked gently. "No, I'm not afraid." But she is afraid. Obviously, something claiming to be the angel of music that is not the angel of music has a strange hold on her. She has to leave, sometimes for 2 days at a time, at the angel's whim, and she's terrified of trapdoors. She's running from shadows, and after that day with the trapdoor, she and Raoul start spending their time higher and higher in the opera, the attics, the flies, until finally they make it to the roof itself, and, my favorite chapter, Chapter 13, Apollo's Lyre. So, right at the end of chapter 12, Christine was late to their meeting and she seemed more upset than usual. And Raoul, this is finally enough for him because he honestly and truly loves Christine and there is clearly something so devastating going on with her. So he's like, you know what? Ultimatum. For some reason, you need me to leave at the end of this. You have to tell me what is going on, who the man with the voice is, or I will not leave for my expedition. And Christine is like, you need to be quiet. What if he hears you? And Raoul responds, I will free you from his power, Christine. I swear. You'll never give him another thought. It has to happen. Could it? She allowed herself this momentary doubt, an encouraging sign, as she dragged Raoul up to the top floor of the theater, far, far above the traps below. I will hide you away in some isolated place where he'll never find you. You will be safe. Then I shall leave, for you have sworn that you will never marry.
I...
And in that moment of doubt, Christine drags Raoul out to the roof, the highest point away from the trapdoors that she can get, out onto the roof, out into the real sun and the real sky. Yet, however careful she was to keep looking over her shoulder, she failed to see a shadow which followed her as closely as her own shadow, stopping when she stopped, setting off again when she set off, and made no more noise than her shadow. Raoul noticed nothing. When he could see Christine in front of him, he had no interest in anything that might be happening behind him. So, Chapter 13, Apollo's Lyre, is the big reveal chapter. And this is the chapter where we finally get to hear what's been going on with Christine from Christine herself. And as someone who made an entire web series retelling Phantom of the Opera from Christine's point of view, and as someone who is actively in the process of writing a Phantom of the Opera choose your own adventure game with 32 different endings that are also all from Christine's point of view, you understand why this is my favorite chapter. And it is rich with details for plotting out the linear timeline of this story. So, Raoul and Christine are on the roof, and contrary to most adaptations, it is a beautiful Parisian sunset instead of deepest night as the two of them nestle themselves at the base of the statue of Apollo that stands on the roof of the opera holding his lyre. Liar. Oh, it's a liar. You're a liar. I'm just laughs. Jokes and puns. Sleeves. Anyway, and neither one of them noticed that same slinking shadow from the end of chapter 12 has slithered up the statue to loom above them. And as Christine unfolds this story to Raoul, there are occasional interruptions from what might be just an echo and what might be a disfigured musical genius crying out as his heart shatters in twain. Let's get into it. So Christine heard the man's voice 3 months before she finally saw the man himself. So one day, Christine was in her dressing room, and her dressing room was a little bit far away from the other ones. It was sort of isolated, and all of a sudden, she hears a voice start singing. So she walks out of her dressing room, walks either direction a few steps, until it becomes obvious that the sound of the singing is coming from her own room. So this bodiless voice, it spoke to her. It answered questions when she asked, and it was so beautiful as to seem otherworldly. It seemed like something more than human. And pairing this strange, almost miraculous voice with her deep grief over the loss of her father and the fact that her father had promised on his deathbed to send the angel of music to her, well, this seemed like it might be a sign from her father that he'd made good on that promise. So Christine went home. She told Mama Valerius all about what had just happened, was upfront with Mama Valerius about the whole affair when it first started. And Mama V, who, like Christine and her father, had a whimsical and fantastic outlook on life, was like, you know what, Christine, you know what this sounds like, baby doll? It sounds just like the angel of music, and I think you should just ask. Just ask him. I think you should just ask the angel if he's the angel.
What would happen if you just called Taylor up?
So Christine goes back to the dressing room and she's like, hey, are you the angel of music that my dead dad promised to send me? Yes, the angel of music. That is what I am, and your dad did send me. Would you like me to give you voice lessons? Bet. Let's do it. Let's learn it up. And so, sweet Christine, heart and mind weak with a grief so strong that it is blocking the love of music that makes up a huge part of her identity. Sweet Christine, who believes all the creatures from her father's story might be real and knows that if the angel of music is real, then her father will send him to her, and this same sweet Christine, whose only guardian and source of guidance and only remaining family also believes that this otherworldly voice must be the angel of music. Yeah, for sure. I would love to take lessons from the angel of music. So Christine and the actual angel of music start having lessons. The lessons are at around 8 in the morning when the opera is mostly empty and there's no one but her on that side of the building. She and the voice grow very close. He is a strict teacher who demands perfection, but her voice grows by great leaps and bounds in the short amount of time that she works with him. And the voice is also a comfort to her and a friend that she can confide in. During normal rehearsals, no one can really tell how much she's improved because the angel wants to keep it a secret between the two of them and, of course, Mama Valerius, because if it's a secret, then one day they can just release her voice on the unsuspecting public and take Paris by storm. Everything's going great. She's having lessons. She's learning to love music again. And then one day she looks up into one of the opera boxes and who does she see but Lon Chaney, and is so happy and pleased to see her old friend and her secret flame that she bounces back to her dressing room filled with excitement and delight. And the angel is like, "What's got you so chipper?" And Christine sees no harm in telling him. But after she's explained who Raoul is and how excited she is to see him, the voice just stops responding. It goes completely silent, and Christine starts freaking out because the angel seems to have abandoned her. And Mama Valerius is like, "Oh, sugar, I know what's happening. The angel of music is jealous. That's all, sweetheart." And it's in that moment that Christine knows her own heart, and she realizes that she's in love with Raoul, and she probably always has been. And that's all wonderful and good, a great revelation to come to on a Tuesday afternoon, but that doesn't make the fact that the angel just sort of disappeared less upsetting, because the angel of music has become a very important and integral part of her life and her journey through grief, because the angel in a way brought both music and her father back to her. So the next day she shows up at her 8 a.m. voice lesson hoping that the angel of music is going to be there, and he is. But he's acting very strange, and he says, with a great amount of human grief that, in retrospect, seems pretty discordant with the way an angel should behave, "You know what, Christine? If you're going to surrender to earthly love, if you're just going to run off after all this hard work and marry some guy, then I have no choice than to go back to heaven or find somebody else who does want to dedicate their lives to music. It sucks to suck, Christine Daae, but that's the way it is." And Christine, fully locked into this point because she is blinded by the hope the angel represents, blinded by his connection to her father, blinded by her own grief, and blinded by the evidence of her senses, because what she is experiencing is a bodiless, incorporeal voice, beautiful enough to be unearthly, beautiful enough to arrest you, stop you in your tracks, woo and confuse and daze you just by its loveliness and perfection. You can ask Raoul, he knows, he experienced the same thing when he heard it. But Christine, like I said, locked in, is like, I cannot lose the angel of music. It does not matter how much she cares about Raoul. It doesn't matter what her dreams for the future might have been. She has to choose music because the angel has become too important to her. And you know what? She's like, honestly, Raoul might not even remember who I am at all. We hung out a few summers a long time ago. Our love has always been impossible due to our stations in life. A viscount cannot marry a singer, and Christine is a singer. That's who she is. And so she tells the angel, listen, Raoul's a great guy. Salt of the earth, love him like a brother. But please don't ever leave me. I'm begging you. And I promise, pinky promise, I will never ever get married. I swear. And then because she'd made that promise, she just flat out ignores Raoul every single time she sees him. And she sees him a bunch because he is always backstage trying to like get her attention. And she just has to be like, okay. So with that hurdle overcome, she and the angel keep honing her voice into a perfect instrument. And finally, the voice is like, baby girl, you're ready. And what day is it when he says that? It's the night of the gala. Christine has no idea why La Carlotta is not at work the night of the gala. Christine has no idea why she was chosen to sing in La Carlotta's place. But sing she does, and she sings so much and so beautifully, and she puts so much of her heart and mind and body and soul into her performance that she collapses and has to get carried back to her dressing room. We're familiar with this, right? We remember from the beginning of the book. We're getting caught up. Now, sweet Raoul, as we have established, is the most dramatic dude in existence, and he starts trying very hard to get Christine to remember him when, one, she is freshly woken from a swoon, and two, she is very deliberately trying not to recognize him because Christine can feel the angel's presence in the room with them, and she knows the angel is watching this whole exchange. As Raoul is like, "It's me, the boy who went into the sea to fetch your scarf." Christine very politely kicks everybody out of the room, and once they're all gone, the angel's like, "Oh, okay, so that's the guy." And starts using just the most ridiculous logic. He's like, and this is from Christine's point of view, "If you didn't love him, you wouldn't keep avoiding him. If he were just an old friend, you'd shake his hand as you do with all your old friends. If you didn't love him, you wouldn't be frightened of being alone in your dressing room with him and me. If you didn't love him, you wouldn't send him away." Until Christine can't take it anymore, and she's finally like, "Okay, you know what? Fine. Yes, I will prove that Raoul and I are just friends. I will invite him to visit my dad's grave, and you will see that we are super chill, and I have zero romantic feelings for him." And the angel is like, "Cool beans. Yeah, love to hear it. Well, if you do manage to convince me, meet me by your dad's grave at midnight, and I will play you his favorite song on his violin as a special little treat for my special little girl." Woo! And she's like, "Okay, that sounds nice." So, of course, the first thing Raoul does the second he sees Christine is declare his undying love for her, which makes everything very difficult for Christine, but she remains aloof and distant, but friendly, and the angel plays the song, and everything is fine. At this point in the narration, Raoul interjects because, it just seems like Christine is protesting her innocence a little bit too much. And even she admits that she should have realized something was off sooner, but she claims that she was just so blinded by all the things I said she was blinded by earlier to see what was real and what wasn't. And Raoul's like, "Okay, I get it, but seriously, how long did it take you to realize something was off? Surely you soon discovered the truth. Why did it take you so long to wake from your horrifying nightmare?" Discover the truth. Raoul, wake from the nightmare? But I only began to have that nightmare on the day I discovered the truth. So it all comes down to the night of the doomed performance of Faust and the chandelier crash. Now, Faust is the big show in this book. Some other operas are mentioned, but Faust is the one they keep coming back to. Christine sang a song from Faust at the gala, the chandelier crashed during Faust, and they actually have another doomed showing of Faust coming up at the end. We'll get to that. So I think it would behoove me to do a very, very quick, bare-bones synopsis of Faust. Just real fast. Faust is an opera about an old man who sells his soul to the devil to win the love of the beautiful and fair Marguerite. Faust has wealth, his new looks, and the devil on his side, and poor Sybil, a young man who can only offer Marguerite flowers where Faust can offer her jewels, doesn't stand much of a chance. Things happen, people fall in love, people go mad, people die. I've only read the synopsis, I've never seen Faust the opera, and there are several different versions of the story, so my understanding is muddled, but what I am pretty sure about is that it ends with Marguerite in prison crying out for the angels to take her soul with them so she can be free from the trials that have plagued her, and then the angels take her soul because it is pure, or at least that is my understanding of the story. But those are the details that are important as pertains to Phantom of the Opera. Anyway, so doomed Faust in a house with a curse on it. Christine and Raoul are on the outs because right after he got attacked in Paris-Garec, she wrote him that note saying, "Hey, don't ever try to see me again. It's for your own good." The audience is crazy, clapping for Carlotta all crazy. Philippe is chewing on his mustache. Carlotta all of a sudden starts croaking like a toad. The chandelier's swinging, the chandelier's crashing. A lot is going on, and Christine is panicking a little because from where she's standing on the stage, she knows Raoul, at least, is safe up in his box seat, but what she doesn't know is where the voice sits during her performances, and she's worried the voice may have been sitting where the chandelier crashed and might be hurt or even dead, and she can't lose the angel of music. She relies on him too much. And what she realizes is that if the voice is safe, then it will be waiting for her in her dressing room. Now, I think the fact that Christine had this worry about the physical safety of a bodiless, incorporeal angel voice at all is a nice subtle indicator into her state of mind, showing that however willfully obtuse she's allowed herself to be in this scenario, and however many red flags she's ignored in order to continue clinging to this beautiful dream she thinks connects her to her dead father, her mind is still churning in the background. It's doing the math, it's adding the numbers, it's calculating, even if she is consciously ignoring the calculations it's spewing out. Because why would a bodiless, incorporeal voice get hurt by a chandelier, Christine? Why? It wouldn't. It wouldn't. The fact that she was worried about the voice's physical safety shows that she was starting to wake up from the spell she'd allowed herself to fall under. So Christine, dressed as Sybil, runs to her dressing room. And I mentioned she's dressed as Sybil because I wanted to clarify that she is dressed as a boy at this point. And I say that because very few adaptations actually have her dressed as a boy in this part of the story, but if we're looking at the source material, she is in fact dressed as a boy in this scene. Anyway, Christine runs to her dressing room and she calls out to the angel, begging him to reveal himself so that she'll know he's safe. A few tense minutes of silence pass and then she hears it. It's the same strains of the same violin playing the same song it had in the cemetery in Perros-Guirec, a song called The Resurrection of Lazarus, her father's favorite song, a song where Lazarus rises from the dead when Jesus calls to him, "Come and believe." And then there's the angel's voice, singing those same words, bidding Christine to follow the sound of his voice and believe in him. And so Christine follows. She starts moving towards the voice, and the voice seems to be retreating away from her until suddenly, in that same flashing, dizzying spin that we witnessed with Raoul a few chapters ago, the music cuts off and Christine finds herself alone in a dark corridor. So Christine does what anybody would do in that situation and starts screaming her head off, because that's what you do in that situation, until a bony hand grabs her wrist and then a skeletal arm sneaks itself around her waist and starts pulling her down the hall. So she's just like scrabbling against the stone wall, trying to find something to hold on to keep her from getting pulled any further, but there's nothing for her to grab onto. So she's just marched toward this lone, dim red light shining at the end of the corridor, just scared out of her mind. The one good thing about being dragged down the hall is that they're getting closer to a light, which means she can see. And when it's bright enough, she realizes she's in the clutches of a man in a long black cloak and a mask. Now, one thing I do want to bring up real quick is that dim memory from my time on Tumblr, reading a lot of stuff about Phantom of the Opera, someone once said that in the French translation, it had a certain term for the mask. I cannot remember the term, but it wasn't a half mask. That is an Andrew Lloyd Webber original.
It was actually a barbed mask, I believe the term was, and it was referring to a mask that went down to about under the nose and then had a small curtain of hanging fabric underneath it so that it covered the full face, but it didn't impede the wearer's ability to speak or sing. I just wanted to bring that up because we'll be considering that as we look at the various masks in the various adaptations, but picture that in your mind. The guy's got a long black cloak. I think he has a hat. He's wearing half mask with a bit of cloth over the face. We're all there. We're in the dark corridor with Christine. Perfect. Let's continue. She sees that she's in this dude's clutches. She gives one more valiant attempt to get away, like she digs her heels in and she tries to scream, but he slaps one of his bony hands over her mouth and his hands just reek of death, and she just, and she faints. She faints dead away. Now, I've heard it argued that maybe it is a chloroformed rag that she's smelling because chloroform smells sweet, and sometimes the rot of death can also smell sweet. But also, we have to consider maybe he is just stinky and she was very, very scared. She's out for a bit, but she does wake up and she finds herself lying on the ground of the dark corridor near a small fountain, and the hands that reek of death are very gently and tenderly bathing her temples with cool water. And also, Caesar, the horse that the Phantom of the Opera was rumored to have stolen, is also there.
Peter. The horse is here.
Now, ironically enough, Christine never believed in the Phantom of the Opera. She just did not think he was real. She just thought, bodiless, incorporeal voice teaching her how to sing music, that makes sense. Bodiless, rumored to be bodiless, incorporeal voice haunting the opera over a love of music, that just seems a little far-fetched. Not believable. Not believable for Christine. But now, the fact that Caesar the horse is suddenly making a cameo in this nightmare is a bit worrying, because wasn't everybody just gossiping about the fact that the opera ghost stole a horse? Maybe she was wrong. Maybe there was something to those Phantom of the Opera rumors, and maybe the Phantom of the Opera just kidnapped her. So, she is trapped in the dark with a stinky man and her favorite horse, hoping the voice will come and save her, when suddenly a strange torpor falls over her. And that torpor is a great word choice. Way to go, Gaston Leroux, as translated by David Coward. But she finds herself very calm as she's placed on the horse, and she is still calm as she rides the horse to a little jetty on this underground lake. And it's right around the time that she's picked up off the horse and placed into the boat that she starts to realize she might have been drugged. And this is a point in favor for the chloroform. And she mostly realizes that she might have been drugged because that's the moment when the drug starts wearing off and all of her terror just comes flooding back into her. But Christine is being very, very closely observed by her captor, and the masked man, he picks up the fact that she's beginning to freak out a little bit, so he just smacks Caesar on the rump, and the horse goes running off.
Peter. The horse is
gone. So Caesar runs away, the masked man hops into the boat and just starts rowing them across the lake, and the whole time they're rowing, he's just like locked on. He's just, imagine, you're in a boat, underground lake, water rippling around you, there's only one tiny lamp on the boat, and some dude in a mask is just staring at you like this. Anyway, it would be so scary. Anyway, they land, he picks her up out of the boat and he carries her up the shore, and the whole time she's just trying to fight. She's trying to get away. She's struggling until they reach this small house that is built into the retaining wall of the lake. He gets her inside, he sets her down in the living room, and the living room is just full of flowers, as if every flower seller in Paris had been completely bought out. And the two of them, Christine and the man in the mask, are standing there, facing each other, until the masked man says, "Do not be afraid, Christine. You're in no danger." And Christine's entire world crumbles to dust around her, because it was the voice, the angel of music. Standing before her was the being she thought was sent from heaven itself by her father, who loved her enough to see a promise through from beyond the grave. But it was just a man. The amount of heartbreak, just put yourself in her mind. Like, you're already heartbroken, and you've started clinging to this thing that logically, in the back of your mind, you know has to be a lie, but you won't. You've told yourself so often that it's true that you've started to believe it. And then you find out not only is it not true, you just got kidnapped. Oh, what a terrible scenario. So first she tries to fight him. She just claws straight for the face. Bravo, my girl. Good first move. And the voice, or should I say the man, grabs her wrist and is like, "Oh, hey, okay, let me amend my first statement. You are in no danger unless you try and touch my mask." Let me just give it to you from her point of view. I hardly gave any thought to my desperate situation. I did not even wonder what would become of me and what dark, coldly tyrannical purpose had led me to this room, like a prisoner to a cell or a slave to a harem. No. I told myself, the voice is merely a man. And I began to cry. The man, still on his knees, clearly understood the meaning of my tears, for he said, "It's true, Christine. I am not an angel, nor a genie. nor a ghost. I am Eric. Oh. So, right as Christine is getting into this part of the story, right when she says, I am Eric, there's a strange whisper on the wind that echoes the name. But is it the wind? Or, I wonder if it could be the heartbroken shadow looming above them. Who can say? Not any of us at this point in the story. Raul gets up to investigate the sound, but Christine stops him and is basically like, dude, if I do not tell you this right now when we are safe up on the roof and far away from the trapdoors, then it will never get said. So sit back down. We're in the middle of a story. But before they pick up the story, they do argue a little bit about leaving because Raul is like, hey, honey, sweetie, love of my life. Have I mentioned I love you? Everything you're telling me is the worst possible thing I can imagine the woman I love going through. And I know you're not even finished with the story yet. So what do you say? We leave tonight. And you finish telling me the tale while we're on the run. And Christine is like, hey, going over everything in my mind, I am beginning to realize that I definitely should leave, but I cannot leave tonight. I have to stay and sing for Eric one final time. I could not just leave him without that goodbye. And Raul, you know what? He just does not understand this because inside Raul's chest beats the romantic, but smart and logical and safety-oriented heart of a dude, and not the heart of a girl raised on fairy tales about maidens and monsters. Inside my chest beats that same girl's heart, so I get it. I feel like most of the girlies get it, right? Beauty cannot abandon the beast without a word because beauty is too kind and that would hurt the beast too much. And this is a very dangerous way of thinking in real life. Look, okay, I love it in fiction. I adore it in fiction. I read it all the time in fiction. But in real life, it will get you into trouble. So listen, may I just interrupt this story real quick to make the very obvious point that this kind of thinking in real life is dangerous and could get you in actual trouble. So, hey, say it with me. If it's real life, we don't worry about hurting the beast's feelings. And by beast, clearly this is a metaphor for a creepy weirdo who's being weird to you. You just get out of there, okay? You just get out of there and you run. All right? We're all agreed that in real life that's what we do? Perfect. Let's move on. But in a book like this, talking about a book called Phantom of the Opera, all right? About a guy living in an opera house. This is gothic horror romance, my friends. That kind of logic, the logic that'll keep you alive in real life, it has no place here in this story. Baby girl has got to stay at the opera to say goodbye to the Phantom because any other ending to that story, here's the thing I'm going to tell you, storytelling-wise, you have to have her stay because there's no resolution to the story otherwise. We only just got the reveal that the Phantom is a man and the angel is a man. And if she took the smart way out, if she went with her boyfriend, who was her childhood sweetheart, who would be the logical choice in this situation, and she took the logical train right out of Paris all the way to safety, we'd be like, oh, well, that was abrupt. So for the story, you got to stick with it. You got to do it for the plot. The Phantom of the Opera, the metaphorical beast in this scenario, he's a homicidal madman. We haven't gotten to that yet, but he is. So the two of them, Christine and Raul, are in very real danger of getting if they don't play their cards right. So that just so we know the stakes. New outfit. Raul is doing his best to understand, but even in the face of Christine's clear terror and distress, there's this hesitancy to hurt the man that hurt her that Raul can't let go of. Here, let's just get it straight from the book, and this one's a bit of a long one. Oh, I hate him, cried Raul. And you, Christine, tell me. I need you to tell me so that I hear the rest of your extraordinary love story with a cool head. Say, do you hate him too? No, Christine said simply. Then why are you telling me this? You love him. It's obvious. Your fear, your terror. It's just another sort of love, the most delectable kind, a kind that you won't admit to, Raul explained bitterly. The kind that gives you a thrill when you think of it. My, just think, in love with a man who lives in an underground palace. And he leered at her. So you want me to go back to him? Christine broke in abruptly. Take care, Raoul. I told you once, if I did, I'd never come back. A deathly silence fell on the three of them, the two young people who talked and the shadow behind them who listened. Before I answer, Raoul said at length, slowly and deliberately, if you don't hate him, tell me what feelings you do have for him. Feelings of horror, she said. She spat out the words with such force that they drowned the sighs of the night. That's what's so terrible, she went on, becoming increasingly agitated. He fills me with horror, and yet I don't hate him. How could I hate him, Raoul? If you'd only seen Eric at my feet, in his sanctuary by the underground lake. He blamed and cursed himself and begged me to forgive him. He admitted he had tricked me. He loved me. He gave me his undying, tragic love. He abducted me for the sake of that love. He imprisoned me with him deep in the earth for the sake of love. He respects me, but he crawled before me. He groaned and wept. And when I stood up, Raoul, when I told him I would go on despising him unless he immediately gave me back the freedom he had taken from me, then, and this is hard to believe, he offered to let me go. I could leave whenever I liked. He was even willing to show me the secret way out, except that he stood up too. And I was forced to remember that though he is neither phantom, nor angel, nor genie, he is still the voice. For he began to sing. And I listened. And I stayed. You know what? I find I do actually have the capability to apply a small amount of literary analysis to this 78,500 word baby blanket of mine. Let's go on a tangent. There's a difference between a strong female character and a strong female character, and it's more than just the inflection I just put on those words. So a strong female character, and I'm putting quotations around the words strong and female, is a somewhat modern convention that has risen in more recently published fiction. She is the pendulum swing away from the damsel in distress. The strong female character is a physically strong female character. She can run fast and shoot well and fight hard. She can do anything the male characters can do. Then there is strong female characters, and there are no quotations in that phrase at all, and a strong female character is a female character who has nuance and depth and complexity to be a strong pillar in the story. She supports the narrative, and without her, the story would be weaker. Now, you can have a strong female. You can have a strong female. Now, you can have a strong female character. I kept practicing how I was going to do that inflection. Oh no. That's the inflection I landed on. Moving on. You can have a strong female character who is a strong female character, and I love them when I see them. Your Katniss Everdeens, your Arya Starks. But in an effort to turn away from the damsel in distress, I fear we sometimes swing too far into not like the other girls, where it becomes easy to dismiss a character as a stereotype, a damsel, a princess, a pretty dress waiting to be rescued, and view her as automatically less important to the story and not as interesting if she has those standard, classic Disney princess qualities, kindness and gentleness and softness, or wants to fall in love, or ends up married by the end of the story. Once, years ago, back in college, I was perusing good old fanfiction.net just to see what there was to see, and I remember reading a description of a fic, and not the fanfiction itself, just the synopsis of it, where it was like, what if, instead of being a milquetoast Christian, Christine was like a Viking, or something like that. I don't know, I never read the fic because I took offense to them calling Christine milquetoast. Milquetoast, despite being spelled M-I-L-Q-U-E instead of M-I-L-K, pretty much means what you think it means. Like, if you put toast in milk, it would be soggy and a little sad, right? So a milquetoast person is someone who is timid or feeble, insipid, or bland. And I think the reason that the two-sentence synopsis of a fanfiction I never read has stuck with me over the past decade is because milquetoast is the worst possible descriptor for a character like Christine Daae. And every time I reread Phantom and am reminded how much I love this character, I just immediately am like, that one person called her milquetoast and she's not milquetoast, she's really cool and I love her. Because Christine, despite the fact that she gets kidnapped and doesn't know how to sword fight and maybe isn't physically strong, she is a strong female character. Her role is vital to this story. Her emotional journey is complex and nuanced, and I would argue that Christine isn't just a pillar in the story of Phantom of the Opera, she is the heart of the story itself. One thing that stuck with me as I've written the script for this video is that we follow Raoul through the majority of this book. Probably, you could argue that he's the main character, which makes sense from a storytelling point of view because Christine is shrouded in mystery that you can't give away too soon, which might happen if you told the story in a linear manner from Christine's point of view. That would kind of change the feeling of the story, and this is very much a quasi-documentary investigative journal. It's like reading a really good true crime story where you're like, oh my, that's the genre this is. It's like fake true crime. Even though we spend more time with Raoul, Christine is the linchpin holding this entire story together. The Phantom and Raoul are the characters they are outside of who Christine is. Even before Christine started singing at the opera, there were already rumors about the Phantom. He was well established and had been pulling spooky little pranks for quite some time. Raoul would have been a Viscount and a sailor because he was born a Viscount and his brother sent him to sea to become more manly. That was always going to happen for Raoul, and the Phantom was always going to be doing stuff at the opera. So if we were to somehow reach into the original manuscript and pluck Christine out of the story entirely so that she and Raoul never met as children and she never stepped foot in the opera house, well then Raoul may have gone to the opera a time or two with his brother while he was on leave and then gone on with the rest of his life, and Eric would have continued to be the opera ghost, business as usual, after smoothing over any difficulties with the change in management. And there would be no story to tell, just a handful of spooky rumors. Actually, if you take Christine out of the mix, then I bet the story reads like the Memoirs of a Manager book that Leroux's narrator character mentions using in his research, just inner office politics and running a business. Christine is a catalyst for all of the action and all of the resolution. I won't skip ahead and spoil the ending, we'll get there soon enough, but the reason why we follow Raoul and we're trying to solve the mystery is because, just like Raoul, we come to care for the girl who lost her scarf to the sea. And Eric, he had been living in and manipulating the opera for a long time, and the opera is full of talented singers and beautiful women. La Carlotta, as established, has a technically perfect instrument in her voice. La Sorelli has a body yada yada so bad it drives men to madness, and who knows who else might be taking up space on that stage. But none of them ever inspired the Phantom of the Opera to take a step out of the shadows and risk the control he had on the opera. No, it was Christine Daae who caught his attention because of who she was. Beautiful, sure, this is a Beauty and the Beast story, but more than that, it was her untapped potential, the quality of her untrained voice that portended greatness and spoke to him as an artist. There was her passion for music, her deep reliance and love for the craft that had been dampened by the death of her father, but not stamped out entirely, that made him recognize in her a kindred spirit. And then there were those feminine Disney princess traits that some might dismiss as milquetoast, her kindness, her gentleness, her softness. Even in her own sadness and grief, she still displayed those qualities to everyone around her. And for a man who had spent most of his life facing a cruel, harsh, hard world, the idea of some of the kindness Christine possessed being turned towards him was irresistible. And on Christine's end, one of the most interesting aspects of her character is to study the strange internal struggle she has over Eric. There's this perfect balance between pity and fear, allure and revulsion, beauty and horror when it comes to Eric. Christine can't hate him because she knows him too well, and that knowledge makes her pity him. But because she knows him, she's also terribly afraid of what he's capable of. But I think I've gotten a little ahead of myself and we need to get further in the story before I can finish making all of my points. So let's hop in where we left off. Quick recap since we went way off topic. Raoul and Christine are on the roof. They just heard the name Eric echo on the wind. They do not see the shadow above them that is, looming from the statue of Apollo. And in Christine's story, she just got to the house in the underground lake and discovered that the voice that had been training her was not the angel of music, but a man. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure we were all back on that same page. So, we know very little about this Eric, aside from the bombshell revelation that he's just some guy, and that guy is also the Phantom of the Opera. But what we do know is that he has a voice. he can sing. The first time Raoul, a very sensible, logical, sailor soldier boy, heard Eric's voice, he couldn't form a coherent thought for several full minutes. Raoul had been seeing the red flags of Christine's situation from the very beginning, but even his mind short-circuited the first time he heard the voice sing. Christine had been hearing that voice for 3 full months, almost every single day, leaning on that voice for emotional support, relying on that voice for comfort. For 3 full months, Eric had been manipulating Christine's vulnerable emotional state, her upbringing, her soul-deep love of music, so that she would respond to his voice. She would recognize it as a place of safety and of shelter, and he takes full advantage of that here. Christine said he started to sing, and she listened and she stayed. He sang to her for hours until she was lulled out of her immediate and very warranted fear and anger into a sense of calm and eventually sleep. The next thing she knows, she's waking up in a very normal looking bedroom. There's a bed, the walls are hung with toile de Jouy, this very French looking fabric, and there's a Louis Philippe chest of drawers. I make note of that because from here on out, this bedroom is called the Louis Philippe room. There is a bathroom with hot and cold running water. It's just a super normal looking room, aside from the fact that it has no door other than the door that leads to the bathroom. And you know what? Now that Christine's had a good night's sleep, she's had a little time to acclimate to the shock of the voice being a man, and now that that man isn't singing right at her with his debilitatingly beautiful angel voice, she's finally like, okay, so none of this is a dream. This is all really happening. Cool. And that's when she finds a little note on the dresser, written in red ink, of course, and it's basically like, "Hey, Christine. Please don't be worried or alarmed that I kidnapped you and dragged you into my underground lair. You have literally nothing to worry about. There's nobody on this whole planet who respects you more than I do. I'm your very best friend. I'm not here right now, but mi casa es su casa. I'll be back soon, though. I went to the store to get you whatever clothes you might need." XOXO, P of the opera. But then he scratches out P of the opera because that's not who he is. He's Eric. And Christine is like,
Oh my gosh!
I exclaimed aloud. I've fallen into the clutches of a madman. What's going to happen to me? How long does this maniac think he can keep me locked up here in his underground prison? I ran around my little apartment like a mad thing, but failed to find the way out I was looking for. I reproached myself bitterly for being so stupid and gullible, and took grim pleasure in scolding myself for being so foolish as to believe that what I heard coming through a wall was actually the voice of the angel of music. Oh. When you are that naive, you can expect the worst and deserve all you get. I wanted to kick myself and started laughing and crying at the same time for being a fool. It was in that state Eric found me when he returned. Look at that. Taking accountability. I've been defending her this whole time because I love her and I want what's best for her, but Christine's not stupid. She was tricked, but she recognizes that there is some culpability in her actions, that if she had used her thinking brain a little bit more than her feeling heart, she would have seen the string of red flags before it got turned into a lasso and she got wrangled into a nightmare. Hindsight, of course, being 2020. One of the things I love about Christine's character is how layered and complex her emotions are in this situation, and her confusion on her feelings shapes how the reader feels as well. I love the story of Beauty and the Beast. I love that it highlights the fact that everyone has value and worth and should be looked at with kindness and respect and love regardless of physical appearance or wealth or status. I think that is a good, strong, solid message that is a good way to approach and look at the world. As somebody who loves Jesus, one of my biggest prayers is that he would give me his heart and his eyes for others so that I can see and love them the way that he sees and loves them. And that's how I try to interact with and approach the world. But there can come a point where you start muddying the waters for yourself. If you start doubting those gut instincts and those warning signs in order to not be mean or not be judgmental, and you start to lie to yourself even as the other person proves that your worries were founded. And that's when things can get kind of mixed up and dangerous. And that's also where the guilt comes in. The hindsight showing you all the places you messed up, all the neon warning signs you disregarded, that if you'd just been smarter or wiser, less stupid, then you wouldn't be in this uncomfortable and sometimes dangerous situation. But on the opposite side of the coin, there's also the fact that it's not your fault that the person is being creepy or weird. You didn't bring that on. You didn't force them to do that. So it's a very real dichotomy between how could I have prevented this and this is not my fault that these actions were taken against me. Like, the Phantom of the Opera being a creepy, crazy stalker to Christine is by no means her fault. But I understand the guilt of feeling like you could have done something smarter or better or wiser to not have gotten in that situation in the first place. It is a very strange line to be walking to feel, to put that weight on your shoulders, but know that it's not a weight you should be carrying. And this book lays out that aspect of Christine's personality so well. She is established as a very kind, caring person. We've gone over how her whimsical upbringing, her sorrow over her father's death, and her artistic nature created this perfect circumstance, this perfect fertile soil for a manipulation of this nature to succeed. But now that she knows the truth, now that she's no longer letting herself second guess her better instincts, of course she feels guilty and foolish and stupid, on top of feeling angry and scared and trapped. And so into this maelstrom of regret and rage strolls Eric through a door Christine had not been able to find, holding a bunch of clothing boxes, and he just starts calmly putting them on the bed while Christine is like, "Hey, Crazy Cakes, here's an idea. You claim that mask conceals the face of a gentleman. Well, why don't you take it off, prove it does, and be a gentleman and let me go?" And he responds by saying, hold on, "You will never see Eric's face. And also, have you considered that it's 2 p.m. and you're still dressed in the clothes you were wearing on stage last night? You're hardly presentable, Christine. I'm gonna give you 30 minutes," and he takes her watch and winds it up so that she knows exactly how much time she has to stop looking like a girl who's been running around a room like a hamster in a wheel and start looking like a lady. And he gives it back to her and he's like, "You have 30 minutes, get ready, and then we'll have lunch, okay?" And she just slams the door in his face. She also finds a pair of scissors and she stays strapped because she's not prepared to play any games if Eric tries to start any. But while she got ready, she had a bath, the cool water was very refreshing, Christine had some time to gather her thoughts, and she decides to approach this situation in a very smart way. She's not going to do or say anything incendiary that might set her crazy kidnapper off. She instead will flatter him if she needs to, keep things calm and cordial, and hopefully, by placating him, get herself to freedom and safety. And may I just say, way to go, Christine. Big brain thoughts, very smart. Let's just say I've read other French literary classics in which the girl character did not use big brain thoughts like these, and in fact was a little bit stupid, and despite the fact I love her, she got herself into a real pickle that she couldn't get out of. Yeah, it's Esmeralda from Hunchback of Notre Dame in Victor Hugo's Hunchback of Notre Dame. She was 16 and she didn't deserve anything bad that happened to her, and she was so stupid, and she had a crush, and instead of being like, "Hey, sure, I'll go with you, crazy," and then use her wiles and street smarts that she learned from living on the streets all those years to get away, she instead just kept being like, "Hey, crazy, where's my boyfriend? Where's my boyfriend who doesn't like me and ignores me all the time and married somebody else? Where's my boyfriend?" And she just shouldn't have done that, Esmeralda. You should have been smarter. She was so young. We'll talk about the Hunchback of Notre Dame a different time. So Christine sits down and Eric's like, "Hey, remember last night when you were crying and I was clinging to your skirts and crying and I told you I would let you leave? Well, it turns out I just like spending time with you too much, so that's not going to happen. And I don't think you should worry about anything because you can tell from our current and past interactions that I'm very respectful of you and your boundaries and your privacy, so nothing to fear. Also, I love you. But don't worry, I won't mention it anymore. We'll just focus on music for the rest of the time." "The rest of the time?" "Yeah. And how long will that be?" Oh, I'd say about 5 days. 5 days? 5 days. And then I'll be free? Absolutely free, Christine. For once these 5 days have passed, you will have learned not to be afraid of me, ever again. And then, from time to time, you'll come back to see poor Eric. And he says that last bit with so much true despair that it manages to cut right through Christine's terror, straight to her sweet little heart, and she sees 2 or 3 tears slip out from underneath the mask. Oh, he's a sad man. He's sad. So Christine's at the table. She eats a little bit while Eric just kind of sits there and watches her and doesn't eat anything. Super chill and casual and not weird or unnerving at all. She tries to make some conversation, just, so are you Scandinavian? Your name is Eric with a K, which is the Scandinavian spelling. No. I chose the name at random. Sure, yeah, Eric with a K chose the name at random when your maybe almost girlfriend is also Scandinavian. Couldn't have possibly influenced your decision at all. And then Christine broaches the topic utmost on her mind. I asked why, since he loved me. He had found no other way of letting me know than dragging me down and shutting me away deep under the ground. It's not easy, I said, to make someone love you in a tomb. We must seize, he said in a strange voice, our opportunities whenever they arise. That's not a reason. That's not a reason, dude. That's not an excuse. Lunch ends and Eric stands up and offers his hand to Christine, just the tips of his fingers really, and is like, would you like to go on the worst house tour in the world with me? And Christine, very delicately takes the offered hand and then immediately is like, oh gosh. Because the moment she touches those skeleton fingers, she's immediately reminded of how they reached out of the darkness and dragged her underground against her will, and she just can't really, it's an involuntary reaction. And I'm sorry. And he's just like, oh, I'm so sorry. Anyway, this is my bedroom. It's super normal if you want to look at it. And it is almost normal aside from the dramatic wall hangings and the fact that the Dies Irae, the funeral mass, is, written around the whole room near the crown molding. And the fact that instead of a bed, there's just a coffin that he sleeps in and he points to and is like, we must get used to everything in this life, even death. Super chill, normal stuff, making it very easy for Christine not to freak out because none of this is weird or uncomfortable. He leads her to the organ and shows her his life's work, his Magna Carta? Magnum opus. Shows her his magnum opus, Don Juan Triumphant, and explains that he's been working on it for 20 years and says sometimes he'll work on it for days or weeks on end without, barely sleeping, barely eating, and then once he's done with that stretch, he'll just, rest for years on end. She's like, whoa, that's crazy. Cool. It's super neat and awesome. Can I hear some of it? Can you play it for me? Oh, absolutely not. You can't handle this heat. This thing burns, Christine. Why don't you stay in your lane? Stick to what you know, okay? How about we sing something from the repertoire, all right? And he says repertoire like it is an insult and beneath him. And she couldn't possibly understand. It's twisted mind. I'm making myself laugh way too hard. So instead, they go to the piano and they start singing a duet from Othello. And honestly, it's a bonkers experience for Christine. Singing with someone of Eric's caliber just inspires her to excel. It just lifts her performance to another level. And on top of that, they are singing a very tense number where Desdemona, Christine's part, is in a lot of danger from Othello, Eric's part. And Christine is just really connecting with Desdemona's plight in a way she never has before. And you know what? We can all agree that the situation as a whole is pretty garbage. But this moment right here, the music, magical. And Christine gets so caught up in the music and caught up in the moment, dancing back and forth across this line of sheer terror and wonder. And she looks at Eric and she hears the voice pouring out from behind the mask, and she just has to know. She has to know what is going on behind the mask. She has to see that face transformed and transported by this incredible music that he's making. She's like, I don't care what it is, I just have to know. And so she reaches over and she just snatches the mask right off. I'm gonna pause for a second and get pretty serious. No Phantom adaptation that I have seen has managed to accurately portray the horror of what happens next, except maybe the 2 times Halloween Horror Nights did a classic monster maze that featured the Phantom. Let me repeat what I just said. The only adaptation that ever truly managed to capture the terrifying essence of this scene was a haunted house that I walked through at Universal Studios Hollywood. This is the scene that takes the book from a spooky, eerie Gothic romance and catapults it into proper Gothic horror. And I'm going to be reading some quotes that get pretty intense, so let's dive in. Of all the descriptions of the opera ghost, Joseph Bouquet had come closest. What Christine sees when she pulls off the mask is a corpse come to life. A living skull, yellow skin stretched taut over the bones, and a gaping hole where a nose should be. But worst of all, his eyes look like empty, staring sockets because, and this is directly from the book, you can only see his smoldering eyes in deepest darkness. This will come up later, but his eyes glow in the dark, but when it's like a normally lit room, it just literally looks like a skeleton has some skin on it and is talking to you. Big old dark empty holes where his eyes should be, no nose, voice of an angel. Cement that in your mind. That's what we're working with here. So I think we can all agree that if you pulled off somebody's mask and you were expecting, a run-of-the-mill face, or even, you might have been expecting an ugly face, because why was he wearing a mask? What was the purpose of that? You're expecting a face, and instead you get what looks like a corpse warmed over. I don't think anybody would fault you for considering that a big shock. I think if you saw that and you had a little moment, nobody would, that to be expected, honestly. I think is not, but from there you could potentially boot, rally, and move on, right? What's truly frightening about this situation is the anger distorting that face. Yes, and it's a spooky face, and the howl of betrayal and rage and hurt that comes out of Eric's mouth. Christine is narrating all of this to Raoul. Imagine the scene. Me, pressed back against the wall, the picture of terror, and he, the personification of all that is foul. He came up close and I heard his teeth grind, for his mouth had no lips. I sank onto my knees while, in a voice full of hate, he hissed deranged words and incoherent phrases. He cursed and raved wildly, and what else besides? He leaned over me. "Look at me," he cried. "You wanted to see? Go on, feast your eyes, gorge your soul on my cursed ugliness. Behold the face of Eric. Now you've seen the face of the voice. Wasn't hearing me enough for you? Oh no, you wanted to know what I looked like. You women are so inquisitive." So he's got her cornered against the wall and he's raving about how he makes quite the handsome specimen. Oh, I'm wearing my glasses. Whoopsies. Sorry, no wonder I could see. He's got her cornered up against the wall and he's raving about how he makes quite the handsome specimen. And once a woman has seen him, she belongs to him and she loves him forever. And when Christine tries to turn away, he grabs her by the hair and forces her to face him. This is too much for Raoul and he's like, Christine? Tell me where the house by the lake is. I am going to kill him. Dude, please. Just let me finish. So she picks up again with Eric digging his hands into her hair, forcing her to look at him. And he says, and this is a long quote, this is a scene that I think I want Gaston Leroux to tell it to you the way he intended, because that is the best way. So, long quote coming at you, let's go. Well, he hissed, frighten you, do I? Maybe I do. Maybe you think I'm still wearing a mask, eh? That this, my head is a mask? Well then, and he began to shout, pull it off like you did with the other one. Come on, do it again. I insist. Use your hands, both of them. Give me your hands. If they're not up to it, you can borrow mine, and we'll pull it off together. I rolled into a ball at his feet, but he grabbed both my hands, Raoul, and dug them into the horror that was his face, and raked his flesh with my nails, his loathsome dead flesh. Listen and learn, he cried from deep in his chest, which heaved like a blacksmith's bellows. Learn that I am made entirely of death, from head to foot, that you are loved by a corpse who adores you and will never leave you again, ever. I shall make a bigger coffin, Christine, for later, when we have come to the end of loving. See, I'm not laughing now. I'm crying, weeping for you, Christine, who pulled off my mask and can therefore never leave me again. As long as you could think I was handsome, Christine, you might have come back. I knew you would come back, but now that you have seen me in all my ugliness, you'll go and never return. So I intend to keep you here. Oh, why did you want to see me foolish, unthinking Christine, who was so determined to see me when my father never saw me nor ever wanted to? Even my own mother, to avoid seeing me, wept as she presented me with my first mask. By now he'd let go of me and, racked by fits of sobbing, was dragging himself across the floor. Like some disgusting reptile, he squirmed and crawled away, went into his bedroom, closed the door, and I was left alone with my horror and my thoughts, but at least freed of the sight of the thing. So Christine kind of gathers her wits and hurries into the Louis Philippe room, and she realizes that there was some truth to what Eric had said. If she hadn't seen his face, she would have come back, because there was that wealth of sorrow in him that stirred her compassion and raised her pity. And then there was the fact that despite his lies, he was the voice. For good or ill, the voice had brought music back to her. And because of that, she would have come back. But now, after what he just did in that whole scenario, if she got free, she knew she would run and never, ever, ever return. It's then that this sound of organ music comes crashing through the house, and she realizes that Eric is playing his Don Juan Triumphant, and it is like nothing she has ever heard before. It's incredible. And she says, "It took me on a journey through his suffering, into every corner of the abyss inhabited by the man with the devastated face. It showed me Eric banging his poor, hideous head against the shadowy walls of his own hell, avidly fleeing the gaze of human beings to avoid filling them with horror. Stunned, breathless, abject, beaten, I listened to that explosion of gigantic chords which made suffering divine. Then, unexpectedly, the notes rising up out of the abyss gathered themselves into one single, monumental, menacing flight, into a turning, gyring swarm that took off into the heavens as the eagle soars towards the sun, and a triumphant concatenation of sounds seemed to set the world on fire. At that moment, I knew that the work was finished, and that ugliness, raised on the wings of love, had at last dared to look beauty in the face." And she is so overcome by the power and beauty of that music, through which she can see Eric so much clearer and understand him so much better, that she puts aside her fear and her anger, goes into his room and tells him to turn around, that she sees past his face and to his genius, and he just collapses on the ground, weeping at her feet, and doesn't see that her eyes are closed. I'm gonna cry. What more can I tell you, Raoul? You know the full story. It lasted another 2 weeks. 2 weeks when I went on lying to him. My lies were as foul as the monster who inspired them, but they were the price of my freedom. I burned his mask. I played my part so well that even when he was not singing, he would try to catch my eye, like a dog that slyly ogles its master. So she's lying to him and feeling terrible about lying to him, but also scared that if she doesn't lie and lie well, that she's not going to make it out of this alive. They spend most of their time singing, and she sees great improvement in her skill. Sometimes they'll go on walks by the underground lake, and then finally, at the end of her stay, Eric trusts her enough to take drives with her on the Bois, which is where Raoul sees her. The night we found you there almost proved fatal to me, for he is fiercely jealous of you. My only way of convincing him that he had no grounds for jealousy was to keep telling him that soon you'd be going far away. Finally, after 2 terrible weeks of captivity during which I was by turns racked by pity, admiration, despair, and horror, he finally believed me when I said, I will return. And she does go back to Eric whenever he asks, and the reason she goes back is not just because she's afraid of all he threatened will happen if she doesn't go, but instead the simple sigh of true sorrow he gives as he watches her leave. It was just a sigh, Christine repeated, shaking her head in sorrow. But it bound me to the poor man more tightly than I imagined when we said our goodbyes. Poor Eric. Poor, unhappy Eric. And Raoul, Raoul is riled up, okay? And he's also very confused because Christine says she's frightened of Eric, but she willingly returns. She quivers in horror as she recalls what happened when she unmasked him, and yet she burned the mask. And she told Raoul that she loved him at the masquerade, but returned to the house by the lake that same night. Christine tries to tell Raoul that the few hours they managed to snatch away during the masquerade put them both in extreme danger, but she was still willing to risk it for him, but he still doubts her feelings. And she's like, Raoul, how can you doubt I love you? Every single time I go back to Eric is worse than the last. I hate him more and more every time I see him. And every time he sees me, every time I go back, it's not calming him, it is making him more obsessed, and I am deeply frightened. But Raoul hits her back with the, you're afraid of him. But do you love me? If Eric was handsome, Christine, would you love me? How can you say that? Why tempt fate? Why ask me about things I keep hidden deep in my heart, where people always hide their sins? And that, right there, that line, oh baby, that's where the fan fictions fester. It's where they grow. Mushrooms from the corpse of their doomed love. So she puts her arms around Raoul's neck and says, you are my fiancé for one more day. If I didn't love you, I would not offer you my lips as I do now, for the first and last time. But as they kiss, the sweet stillness of night is shattered by a terrible sound, and as they run back into the dubious safety of the opera, they look back at Apollo standing there with the lyre held above his head, and they finally see the shadow and its burning eyes. And thus ends my favorite chapter, chapter 13, Apollo's Lyre. Okay, so we covered a lot of ground in chapter 13. We basically recontextualized the entire first half of the book. Lots of questions answered. And now we're just speedily coasting towards the story's denouement. So if you'll allow me, I would like to zoom out a bit and break things down in a little bit less detail for the next few chapters. What we've covered so far is the main chunk of the story that the film adaptations pull their inspiration from. But when it comes to the finale, most film adaptations tend to deviate significantly from the book. Since the purpose of this video is to give you a good framework framework for the original story before we dive into the many, many adaptations of Gaston Leroux's The Phantom of the Opera, I wanted to make sure I thoroughly covered the major plot beats where we see the most inspiration later down the line, or where the significant or subtle differences in those retellings would benefit most from that nuance. And now, because the finale of each adaptation of Phantom of the Opera is like a beautiful snowflake, unique and a marvel unto itself, the differences between the book and the film finales are pretty sweeping, and because of that, I can pull back and give more of a bird's eye overview of this latter part of the book without losing that important nuance, and we'll zoom back in a bit once the details get important again in the final layer scene. And I think you'll see why I'm choosing to do this in just a second. So, chapter 14. As Christine and Raoul are descending through the levels of the opera, trying to get away from the blazing eyes they saw on the roof, a figure steps out of the shadows wearing an astrakhan cap, a fez basically, and says, "Hey, don't go this way, go a different way." And so they pivot and take a different route down to her dressing room. Raoul is like, "Christine, who was that man?" That man who stepped out of the shadows, you'll remember I mentioned him way back in the beginning. If you listen to the chorus master Gabriel, the opera ghost wears dress clothes like a gentleman. He's got a suit on and a hat and a cape. And when Gabriel claims to have seen the opera ghost, he also saw that weird guy, the Persian, who's always lurking around the opera in his astrakhan cap for who knows what reason. And Christine explains to Raoul that he's just called the Persian, and he hangs around the opera, and no one knows why. When they get to her dressing room, Raoul tries to convince her to leave right then, making the point that the shadow with the glowing eyes was most likely Eric, and now he knows their plans to leave. And she's like, no, we're fine. He's working on Don Juan Triumphant. He's not paying attention to us right now. We don't need to worry. That was probably just 2 stars we saw. Raoul tries to get her to at least leave the building with him, and she's like, no, I promised that I would never meet you anywhere but here. And Raoul's just like, okay, wow, love that. And I gotta say, Christine, pretty bold of you to conduct a secret engagement with me right under Eric's nose when you won't go against him in anything else. And Christine responds with this truth bomb. But he knew all about it. He said, I trust you, Christine. Monsieur de Chaney loves you and will shortly sail away. Until he goes, I want him to be as unhappy as I am. And what does that mean? Asked Raoul. That's what I should be asking you. Does being in love mean being miserable? Yes, Christine, if you're in love and not sure of being loved. Are you speaking for Eric? For Eric and me both, said Raoul, with a pensive, disconsolate shake of his head. Raoul tries one more time. He's like, I think we should go, and I think we should go now, because if we wait until tomorrow, I think you will have changed your mind. Valid point. Counteroffer. If I try to change my mind, you have my permission to force me. We good? Solid plan. Let's do this. Raoul briefly questions if it's even safe for them to be talking about this inside the opera at all, and Christine is like, no need to worry. Eric promised me that my dressing room is my own, and he will not observe me through the mirror anymore. So they devise their whole plan. They will meet right after the performance and leave immediately while Eric waits where he agreed to meet Christine down by the lake. When Raoul asks, hey, he's not going to come get you through the mirror? And Christine's like, no. He gave me this giant key to the street door on the roof scribe side that leads right down to the lake. I'm just going to take that like I always do. May I have that key, Christine? No. I will not betray Eric by giving you what is essentially the key to his front door, Raoul. Fine. But that's the plan. While Eric is waiting down by the lake, Christine will quickly change. She and Raoul will jump in a carriage. The horses will run as fast as their little horse legs can take them, and then they will get a good head start before Eric even realizes that she's gone. Go team on 3. 1, 2, 3, go team! But unfortunately for the team, Christine realizes at that moment that she's lost the ring she was wearing. The gold ring that looked like a wedding ring that Raoul was like, are you wearing a wedding ring? And she's like, no, I'm never going to get married. This is just my ring. That ring is gone. And this is devastating news because one of the terrifying things Eric muttered to her before he heaved that big sad sigh as he let her go was that her freedom had a stipulation. And that stipulation was that she always wear the ring. As long as she's wearing the ring, Eric is her very best friend. But if she stops wearing the ring, well, she could expect the worst to take place. So this is devastating news. Raoul gets home and he is just fighting mad because the woman he loves is in terrible danger, and yet it seems like there is a possibility that she harbors some sort of strange affection for the man putting her in that danger, which doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel great to Raoul to have that realization, and there is nothing he can do to help get her out of that danger until tomorrow. He tries to go to bed, snuggles down under his cover, turns out the light, but the second he turns off the lamp, he sees what looks like 2 yellow glowing eyes at the foot of his bed. So he lights a match, and the eyes disappear. But hey, didn't Christine say that the eyes can only be seen in deepest darkness? So the fact that they're not there means absolutely nothing. So he lights a candle, lights a lamp again, whatever kind of illumination he has in the room, and he searches it. He even looks under the bed. He gets back up. He's feeling a little stupid. He blows out the lamp or the candle, and boom, the eyes are back at the end of his bed. And this is when he realizes that if the eyes are there, they must be outside his room, out the window, probably on the balcony, because I'm pretty sure he has a balcony. So what he does, because he's a soldier, is he grabs his gun and he's like, you know what? Not on my watch, pal. And he aims just a little bit above the eyes where a forehead would be if this is a pair of eyes, and he shoots right through the glass. And the sound of it brings everyone in the house running towards his room, and they find Raoul holding a gun, babbling incoherently about glowing eyes and stars and Christine, and he's like, look, there's blood, I did it, Christine is never going to forgive me. And there is blood trailing over the balcony and like down a drain pipe. And actually, if you're wondering, I did write a short story alternate ending to Phantom of the Opera that picks up right here with this scene between Raoul and the Phantom, and the link is in the description box if you want to read it. It is on fanfiction.net. Anyway, Philippe de Chagny is like, Raoul, pull it together, man. You winged a cat. What is going on with you? And, he waves all of the servants out of the room, and he and Raoul get into a huge, heated argument about Christine Daae. And this is one of several big, heated arguments that he and Raoul have gotten into over Christine. And the next morning at breakfast, there is an article in the newspaper that's like, ooh, look at this. Raoul de Chagny, the Vicomte, is getting married to opera girl Christine Daae. Scandal, rumors, shame upon the family name, and Philippe is like, do you see this? All of this drama that you're causing, and now you're just gonna leave with her. And Raoul's like, yup. Goodbye, brother, and then goes to make all the arrangements for that night's escape. And this whole segment with the brothers is being reported by GL, the Gaston Leroux narrator, as if it was taken from witness statements gathered by the magistrates right after Christine's disappearance. The upcoming disappearance. The disappearance that was alluded to at the very beginning of the book. We're almost to that. Hi! Welcome to Chapter 14 of The Phantom of the Opera. Can you tell me what show they're going to perform at the opera tonight?
Faust.
Yeah, Faust.
What was that?
Faust.
I can't hear you.
Faust.
If you said Faust, you're correct. We have now reached the third and most disastrous of all the showings of Faust in this accursed opera house. Christine is, of course, playing Marguerite because La Carlotta left Paris after her big embarrassment, but let's turn our attention briefly to the line of carriages pulled up outside the opera. Carriage 1, Philippe looking for his brother. Carriage 2, La Sorelli, ready to dance. Carriage 3, La Carlotta, back in Paris, baby. And Carriage 4, Raoul's escape carriage. A shadowy figure comes slinking out briefly and inspects the fourth carriage. Witnesses will later say that it was Raoul de Chagny, but the shadowy figure was wearing a different hat than Raoul, and I think we all know who the shadowy figure was. The opera starts. Philippe is alone in his box, still looking for his brother. The audience is absolutely icing out Christine, not applauding at all, because they are very offended that this little singer thinks she has any right to marry one of France's finest sons. And Christine, as we're all aware, just has a lot going on. So she's just sort of mentally shutting down on stage and singing so poorly, people think she's about to be sick. But then enter La Carlotta. She comes out in one of the boxes and just sort of like smirks down at Christine. And that's all Christine needed. Christine sees that and she's like, on top of everything else that is happening to me, you are gonna look at me like that? And baby girl, she boots and rallies. She knows she's either running away from the opera forever tonight or she's gonna get dragged down beneath the opera for the rest of her life. Either way, she's not long for the stage. This is probably her last performance. So she's like, if I'm gonna get one thing, I'm gonna get a triumph tonight in the presence of La Carlotta. And so she sings like she did the night of the gala, sings with her whole mind and heart and body and soul. Her beautiful golden hair is flowing loose down her back and gleaming in the bright stage lights as she raises her arms to sing one final line. And I am pulling this line from the D'Amatos translation, by the way. She sings, "Holy angel, in heaven blessed, my spirit longs with thee to rest." And then the lights go out. And then the lights come back on. And Christine Daae is gone. Chapter 15. Veering abruptly out of the drama, we take a quick interlude to check in with the managers, who are losing their ever-loving minds. Or more precisely, we check in with Monsieur Remy, Monsieur Gabriel, and Monsieur Mercier, who all really need to get into the manager's office to tell the manager several important things. 1, Christine Daae just got kidnapped mid-performance. 2, no one can find the guy in charge of the lights. And 3, they're blocking off parts of the stage and underneath the stage until the police arrive to try and solve these crimes. But the managers won't come out of their office. Listen, someone did try to tell them already. Went upstairs, knocked on the door, was like, "Hey, we've got some big news." But all Moncharmin did was fling the door open, say, "I need a safety pin right now." And then somebody put a safety pin in his hand and he's like, "Thank you," and then locks the door. Turns out they've been acting super weird all evening. Both of the managers like walking backwards, and anytime someone tried to get close to them, they're like, "Don't come near us. Don't touch the director. Don't you? No, no." Mercier finally decides to try again, goes up to the office, knocks on the door, and he is like, "Open up. Something terrible has happened. We need to speak to you." And Moncharmin opens the door and he's like, "What?" Christine Daae was just kidnapped mid-performance from the stage. Bully for her! That's an exact line from the book, and then he slaps the safety pin into Mercier's hand and slams the door again. So the three of them, Remy, Gabriel, Mercier, are all standing there waiting for the cops to show up when a voice speaks up from behind them and says, "Excuse me, sirs, can you please tell me where I can find Christine Daae?" And they turn to find sad, little broken-hearted, puppy-dog-eyed Raoul with his little hat in his sad little hands. And we've reached chapter 16. Part of the reason I wanted to just paint this section of the narrative with broad strokes is because at this point in the story, there is very little I care about outside the whereabouts of Christine Daae. The plight of the managers, not as interesting to me, I'm just gonna say it. Christine Daae just got kidnapped off stage in front of a live studio audience. Why am I spending time with these men? This chapter is called Christine! Christine! Because poor sweet Raoul goes running through every part of the opera he can think of that might get him down to that underground lake, his heart breaking, worried out of his mind, calling over and over again, "Christine! Christine!" And after his mad jaunt around the opera, he makes it to where Remy, Gabriel, and Mercier are standing, and he's like, "Please, sir, can you help me find my girlfriend?" And no, they can't, because no one can. She just got kidnapped off stage. And that's when Inspector Mifroid shows up and is like, "Vicomte, wonderful to see you. Let's all head into the director's office." And just as Raoul is about to follow, he feels a hand on his shoulder, and he turns. And the strange man in the astrakhan cap with the piercing green eyes is like, "Hey, pal. Shh, listen. Eric's secrets are nobody's but his own, okay?" And then he bows and backs up into the shadows again. An unexpected development with this random side character. You're telling me the Persian knows Eric? Very interesting development. Chapter 17. Let me start by saying 3 things. 1, we are still not pursuing Christine Daae. 2, we are still with the managers. And 3, objectively, this chapter has a lot of great comedic elements. The dynamic between Madame Giry and the managers is very funny, and the way Leroux describes Madame Giry's hat, which has feathers on it that waggle a bunch, always brings to mind that scene in the 2005 Pride and Prejudice where Charlotte Lucas is walking into Rosings with Lizzie and there's that feather on her hat that's just wiggling. And the point of this chapter is to give us a rundown of how the managers make their payments to the opera ghost. After that other performance of Faust with Carlotta's froggy throat, they say, you know what? Let's just pay the ghost his money. And so, per the Phantom's instructions, Madame Giry is reinstated. They put 20 1,000 franc notes into an envelope, seal it, address it to the Phantom of the Opera, and give it to Madame Giry. They then proceed to observe Madame Giry as she goes throughout her day, watches as she takes the envelope to box 5, she drops it off, and then they spend hours watching the envelope on the shelf, waiting for whoever's going to come and take the payment to come and take the payment. But nobody does come, and finally, after hours and hours and hours, they go in, they grab the envelope, they open it up, and they see that the money is still inside of it, until they realize that what they're holding is 20,000 fake francs from the Bank of Farce.
I love him. I love him.
So they're a little heated. They're a little upset about that. Somebody is taking their money and they don't know how it could have possibly happened. They had their eyes on Madame Giry and then on the envelope the whole time. So they decide to wait until the next payment, and this time they're going to figure it out. And that next payment happens to coincide with this horrible showing of Faust. They go through the motions they went through before. They fill the envelope. They call him Madame Giry. There's lots of funny back and forth between Madame Giry and the manager, including the fact that the ghost got Madame Giry on his good side by writing her a letter outlining various times in history where a ballerina married well above her station. It's like a timeline, and he ends it by saying 1885 or like 1895, Meg Giry, Empress. And she's like, my baby girl is going to be an empress. I have to do everything this specter says. And finally, Madame Giry admits that what she does is she takes the envelope that they give her, goes to the box, but instead of putting the envelope that she was given into the box, she takes a second identical envelope that she was hiding in her sleeve and leaves that instead. And then she circles back, waits for a convenient moment, and then drops the original envelope into Richard's pocket. What happens next after this dazzling revelation? Chapter 18 starts, and we are still talking about this instead of finding Christine! It's fine. It's cool. It rounds out the story and it ties up loose threads, and that's fun, and we love to see it. It's great. It makes a rich world for the story to exist in, and I love that. I love it. Now that they know how it works, the managers decide to see the plan through, because now, armed with knowledge, they'll be able to catch the perpetrator. They haven't sealed this month's payments envelope, and they put that still unsealed envelope full of money into Richard's pocket, and then Richard spends the whole night walking backwards so he can keep an eye out to see anybody trying to approach him from the front, and Moncharmin walks behind Richard, also going backwards. That way he can keep an eye and make sure nobody's approaching Richard from behind. Once they've managed to take care of all their duties that they need to for the show, they go back to their office and lock themselves in, trying to follow the exact pattern they had followed the previous month, but they get the idea that this time they're going to safety pin the envelope in the pocket so it can't get taken out of the pocket. So they open the envelope, they confirm that all of the money is still there and still real, and it is, and then they safety pin the money in the pocket and they wait. Time passes with them having no idea what's going on outside of the office. It hits midnight, which is the time they would usually leave, and they're like, okay, time to check the pocket, time to check the envelope. No way it's gone now. We have our 20,000 still in our little hands. Except they look in the pocket, and the pocket is empty, except for the safety pin, which is pinned exactly where they put it. We have now reached Chapter 19, and guess where we are? We're still in the manager's office. And that's because, knock, 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 guess who's here? Inspector Mifroid. And he's like, hey, mon charmant, Richard, we gotta deal with this whole Christine Daae business. And the managers are like, what are you talking about? What Christine Daae business? Oh, well, the fact that she was kidnapped from off stage. It's weird that I'm the one telling you this. You know what? We had our own stuff going on, okay? We had things to deal with. So the cop's like, all right, I'll break down the situation for you. Christine Daae was abducted just as she invoked the angels, but I don't think an angel took her. And then a voice from behind is like,
I lost something once.
No, just kidding. What the voice actually says is, I think an angel took her, and it's Raoul. And he comes in and he does his best to try and explain the story of the Angel of Music and the Phantom of the Opera and what's going on with Christine and the graveyard and Perros-Guirec, but he, of course, sounds insane. And they're like, oh, this poor lovesick boy is mad with grief, so I don't want to deal with that. This is interrupted by another cop walking in, like a plainclothes detective, walking in, and he whispers something to Mifroid. And the inspector's like, got it. Hey, Raoul, did you know that your brother's carriage was a few carriages ahead of yours? And Raoul's like, no, I did not know that. Yeah, and did you know that your brother actually kidnapped Christine to keep you guys from running off and getting married? And then he took Christine in his carriage and just is running through the streets of Paris as we speak, just racing out of Paris as we speak. My brother did what? He sure did, buddy. Now I need you to get out there. Go on and get out there and find him. Find your brother, boy. Go on. Go. And Raoul believes him. He goes running out of the office, just like dead set on chasing down his brother. And the inspector's like, well, the secret to successful policing is to get the citizens to do the investigating for you. I actually have no idea if what I just said is true. So, we'll find out soon enough. But Raoul, thankfully, is stopped in the hall by the Persian, who introduces himself and is like, hello, I'm the Persian. Now we reach chapter 20. Finally, some action leading us out of the manager's office and back to the point of this story, which is Eric and Christine and Raoul. But what you gotta consider, just think about this with me. Imagine it's 1909, probably 1910 at this point. You're a French citizen. You've got the La Goulouet newspaper in your hand. You open it up. You see the words, Christine Daae, our sister artist, is gone. And you're like, holy cow, the Phantom's got her, right? You grab the next edition of the newspaper. I don't know how often they were releasing this. Was it once a day? Was it once a week? I'm not sure. But you wait. You're eagerly waiting. You gotta know what happens next. You grab the next newspaper. Boom. Why the heck are we talking about Gabriel? But finally you get to see Raoul and he's like, where's Christine? And you're like, yeah, where's Christine? Boom, it ends. Next chapter. Oh my gosh, all you get is one little nugget about the Persian. Who knows Eric? Boom, the mystery grows. And then boom, the suspense of 6 chapters, it had to be insane. It had to be like Game of Thrones in its prime levels of just like suspense and waiting for the next thing. Buying newspapers left and right because you know people wanted to know what was happening next. Smart. Anyway, chapter 20. First thing the Persian has to do is reconvince Raoul that Eric kidnapped Christine, and it's like, good heavens, you idiot boy, who else could it have been? So they go to Christine's dressing room where Christine's outfit for the carriage is still like sadly laid out waiting for her. The Persian servant Darius brings them a set of pistols. The Persian takes one for himself, gives one to Raoul, and Raoul's like, okay, cool, we're gonna do this. Before we start though, I gotta know, why are you helping me with this? Like, what is in it for you? You must really hate Eric. No, Vicomte, the Persian said sadly. I don't hate him. If I did, he would have stopped being able to hurt people a long time ago. Did he hurt you? I have forgiven him for what he did to me. It really is extraordinary listening to you talk about him, said Raoul. You call him a monster. You talk about his crimes. You say he wronged you, and yet I sense in you the same unaccountable pity which made me despair when I saw it in Christine. Poor Raoul, he just cannot get a break. Every single person feels so bad for this guy that no one is willing to be as mad about this situation as he is. So the Persian starts poking around at the top of the mirror in Christine's room, explaining that the whole thing turns on a counterweight, and if they can get the counterweight to trigger from this side, they can follow Eric and Christine through the mirror. And the whole time the Persian is speaking about the plans and how the wall works, and Eric himself, he's doing so with that same blend of fear and admiration that Christine had. And Raoul is finally just like, you know what? Okay, all right, enough already. Why does everybody act like he's so cool and he's so impressive? Why is he the only one who can control the walls? It's not like he built the walls. And the Persian's just like, in my country, we called him the King of Traps. And you know what? He did build these walls. We actually learn this next tidbit much later in the story. I think we learn it in the epilogue, but it fits here, and I just don't want to forget to say it. So basically, Eric was a main contractor for Charles Garnier, and Charles Garnier was the actual real-world architect for the Paris Opera House, but in the story, they're like, oh, Eric was his contractor, and so he was working in the opera all the time. And then, when the Paris Commune was in power, the opera got shut down and was left completely empty for several months, giving Eric plenty of time to go in and make any and all changes and adjustments and build whatever false walls and moving parts that he wanted to, because nobody was there to stop him. So while this is all being explained, the Persian and Raoul are standing like right next to the mirror, waiting to figure out if the counterweight is actually going to work from this side. But there is the worry that Eric cut the rope to the counterweight, meaning that it won't work at all and they'll have to find a different route to where they're trying to go. But then the mirror kind of quivers and boom, spins around, sweeping them both into the dark corridor beyond the mirror. Chapter 21. This chapter is called In the Belly of the Opera, and it is a long and fascinating look at the belly of the beast, all of the different trapdoors and important roles taking place in the 5 floors of the opera underneath the stage. Hey guys, Editing Summer here. It is 5:35 in the morning and I've been editing since roughly, 9:30 at night, and I hit chapter 21 and I just realized that despite my best efforts, I had once again gotten lost in the sauce. I was waxing way too poetic. Chapter 21, chapter 22, they are very cool chapters where you learn a lot about the inner workings of the opera and you start getting some really neat backstory on the Phantom and the Persian, but I think for the purposes of this video, I need to do an even quicker recap. So I wrote myself a very quick note. Let's go into it. I'll go over these bullet points and then we will hop back into the story at the point where we zoom back in for those finale details. So first things first, when they get into the corridor, the ultimate goal is to get to the 3rd floor cellar by the set piece where Joseph Bouquet died, because the Persian is pretty sure there is a trapdoor that is an alternate entrance into the house by the lake, and he thinks that is safer than going by the lake itself because the lake is heavily fortified. But on their journey to get to the 3rd floor cellar, they keep trying to have to avoid people, so they keep going down and down further and further. And on that journey, they discover a couple things and they avoid some interesting characters. One of the things they overhear is that the lighting master was discovered asleep at his post. There was only one other time that he was discovered asleep at his post, and that was the night that La Carlotta croaked like a toad. And so it seems that he may have been drugged. Who can say by who? I don't think any of us could. Who would possibly want to do that? I think we know. So that was an interesting tidbit. While they're on their journey, they managed to avoid the door boys, which are a bunch of retired stagehands whose only job is to go around closing open trapdoors. They avoid the shade in the felt hat, who is a security measure for under the opera, who is described almost like clothing-wise identical to the Phantom of the Opera, but the only way you know it's not him is because his eyes don't glow. So not the Phantom, just a security guard. He's caught the Persian several times. The 3rd person they avoid is the bodiless head of flame that some of the ballerinas and that fireman Pippin from way back in the beginning of the book thought was the Phantom of the Opera. Turns out, just a rat catcher. He wears an apparatus on his head that makes his head glow so that he can lure the rats with his glowing head. I don't know, I don't catch rats, but the reason I feel I must tell you about the rat catcher is because when we get to the Dario Argento version of Phantom, which people call Rat Phantom, it will become necessary to talk about rats and the opera. So, in order to be fair, I have to mention that rats are mentioned in this book. Anyway, after they pass the rat catcher, they actually make it down to the shores of the lake, and Raoul's like, well, why don't we just go to the house now? We are at the lake. Isn't this the quickest route? And the Persian has to explain, no, it's not the quickest route because, one, like I said, heavily fortified, and one of the fortifications, if that's a word, I don't know, it's 5:39 in the morning, one of the fortifications that the Phantom has set up is something called the Siren Trap. It probably has a better name than that, but basically, what will happen is an unsuspecting person will go near or on the lake, and once the Phantom is aware that they're there, he will go into the water with a thin reed that allows him to stay underwater for longer and breathe, sort of like an early snorkel, right? But he can also, in addition to breathing, he can also sing or hum through that, and he'll make it sound like a beautiful voice is coming from the water. And as the unsuspecting victim is like, what's going on down here? Am I going to see a beautiful mermaid? He swims up to them and then comes out of the water and drags them down. The Persian himself almost got in this trap, but he managed to be like, right before he got dragged underwater, and Eric recognized his voice and dragged him to the shore. And we find out from that interaction that at some point, the Persian, who was known as the Daroga when they were in Persia, and the Daroga is a term for chief of police, had at some point saved Eric's life, and now Eric tolerates him whenever he sees him at the opera because he owes him sort of this life debt. So the Persian and Raoul, they do manage to turn around, get back to the third floor cellar, they drop through a trap door, and they think they drop into the house until the Persian realize they've dropped into something much, much worse, which is the Phantom's torture chamber, and he knows they're in the Phantom's torture chamber because he remembers something called the Rosy Hours of Mazandaran, which we will get into briefly, and he's like, oh no, we've gone into the torture chamber. All right, so that basically covers chapter 21, a little bit of chapter 22, and the only other thing I want to say is that chapter 22 is, in the book, an account written entirely from the Persian's perspective. Gaston Leroux is like, hey, the Persian gave me this written document and I felt it would be good to just put it into the book in its entirety, so please enjoy, even if it seems at first like it might be going off topic a little bit, it all ties together in the end. And so when we pick up about halfway through or like early into chapter 22, which we're about to do now, just know that it is from the point of view of the Persian, like a first person account written by the Persian. Okay. All right, back into the story. The Persian obviously feels responsible that Eric is loose in the opera house because he's the one who saved Eric's life. And the more strange things that happen at the opera, the more accidents that get attributed to the Phantom, the more worried he gets that this is all just going to culminate in something really terrible. Especially when Eric starts talking about how he's now a changed man because he's loved for himself. And the Persian is like, oh no, this is terrible news for everybody. This is surely won't end well. But imagine the Persian's surprise when he realizes that Eric might be telling the truth. At one point, the Persian sneaks into the lumber room near Christine's dressing room and overhears their lessons, and he can hear how the music transports Christine Daae and the bond that they seem to share. And he's like, wow, okay, I guess maybe Eric is loved for himself, only to realize that Christine has never seen the angel of music, and that Eric actually stood on the other side of the mirror and utilized hollow bricks and vents to make it sound as if he was in the room with Christine. Then comes the night of the chandelier crash and Christine's first abduction, and the Persian is now determined to get into the house because he needs to know if Christine is safe, and so he waits on the banks of the underground lake. He's just like waiting on the banks for 24 hours. He's like, he knows that Eric is eventually going to have to come out for fresh supplies. At this point, we also learn that Eric, when he goes out to get supplies, he wears a false papier-mâché nose with a mustache underneath it because that makes him almost bearable to look at, we are told. And what that means is that this technically is a canon visual of what Eric would look like out on the town. But right when the Persian starts to think, hey, I've been here for 24 hours, it's possible Eric took the alternate route through the third floor trapdoor, maybe I need to figure something else out, he notices a pair of glowing eyes rowing across the river towards him. Eric gets out of the boat and he's like, dude, you have been here for 24 hours and I'm getting real sick and tired of it, okay? Listen, anytime you think you're trailing me, I'm trailing you, okay? I am always and forever in the walls. I can go anywhere I want. I can do anything I want. And if you don't stop, you're going to keep getting caught by that dude in the cape and the felt hat, and he's going to keep reporting you to the managers, and the managers are eventually going to be like, what are you doing? And if you say, I'm looking for Eric, then everybody's going to look for Eric. And if everybody's looking for Eric and Eric gets found, Eric is not going to be held responsible for his actions. And the Persian's like, hey, listen, I am just here to make sure that Christine Daae is safe. He replied, I am perfectly entitled to invite her to my house. She loves me for myself. That's not true, I said. You kidnapped her and are holding her against her will. Listen, he said, will you promise you'll stay out of my business if I can prove that she loves me for what I am? I promise, I said without hesitating, for I believed that it was something no monster like him could ever prove. It's a bargain. It's straightforward. Christine Daae will walk out of here whenever she likes and will then come back to me. Yes, she'll return because she wants to. Return of her own accord because she loves me for myself. I doubt that very much, but you are duty-bound to let her go. Bound by duty, you oaf? his word, I am bound only by my will. It is my wish that she shall leave, and she will come back. She loves me, and we shall marry. This, I swear, will be married in the Madeleine, you imbecile. Do you believe me now? My wedding mass is already written. You'll see. Such a Kyrie. The bargain is struck, and Eric tells the Persian that he and Christine will be putting in an appearance at the masquerade, and afterwards the Persian can hide himself in the lumber room again and see for himself that Christine is happy to return with him. The Persian's thought process in response to this statement is such a good quote. It says, "If I witnessed such a thing with my own eyes, I'd have no choice but to back down. Beauty is entitled to fall in love with the beast, especially if he seduces her with music, and she is one of the finest singers of the day." I told you it was a Beauty and the Beast story. So the Persian watches. Christine does go back willingly multiple times, and he's just like, you know what? There's no accounting for taste, and love is a mystery. But he was still trying to keep his eyes peeled because he does not trust Eric. Finally, one day, he sees Eric emerge from the third floor trap by the Roy de Lahore set piece, and he figures out by watching him how to open it up again. Later, he goes and tests it, and he opens it, and he hears like this incredible music. It's Eric playing Don Juan Triumphant before Eric stops and is like, no, it has to be finished. Every single note has to be done before it can happen. If he's trying to finish his life's great work before something happens, that bad news. And so the Daroga is still watching. He's observing what's going on. And finally, after a lot of observation, he's like, Eric fills Christine with terror, and her heart belongs entirely to Raoul de Chaney. Just bad things on bad things on bad things, all building up onto something even worse. So the Persian is just prepped and primed for disaster when it finally strikes. Christine is kidnapped, and he knows that his one chance to get into Eric's house through the third floor trapdoor is when the opera ghost is solely focused on Christine. So he recruits Raoul. The two of them start hunting, and it's here we learn what the rosy hours of Mazandaran were. Before settling at the opera, Eric had traveled extensively, and years earlier, he had been hired to build false walls and trapdoors for a palace in Persia, where the Persian was a Daroga, a chief of police. And in that palace, there was a little sultana that Eric would make laugh by wrangling people with something he called a Punjab lasso. Nope, that's how he says it in the musical. By wrangling people with something called a Punjab lasso or a Punjab noose. Basically, it's just a garrote made of catgut. Interesting fact, catgut is something that is used to string violins, so it all ties back to music. And Eric would use it when he was pitted against other fighters for the little sultana's entertainment, and he was deadly with that weapon. And he even went on to teach the little sultana how to use the weapon herself, and then she went on to use it on several of her attendants and some of her friends who came to visit. The rosy hours, not nice, unpleasant times. The Persian is like, hey, keep your hand at the level of your eyes as if you're in a duel, but keep your pistol in your pocket. Because if Eric comes out of the dark with the noose and gets it around their neck, they're done for. But if you've got your hand at the level of your eyes and the noose comes down over your head and your hand, you can use it to loosen it and get it off your head. But you know what that is? It's a lot of backstory and explaining to try and squeeze in the middle of a stealth mission. So he's just like, fighting stance, Vicomte, keep that hand up. Okay, so we have now made it back to the torture chamber. Right now, it's super dark, but the Persian recognizes it for what it is because he saw this same torture room, and Eric used the torture room for the Sultana's entertainment in Persia. All the reader knows at this point is that it is a hexagonal room with mirrored walls and an iron tree in one corner with a sturdy branch. Raoul is bursting at the seams to say his favorite phrase, Christine, Christine! But the Persian is like, shh, dude, you gotta keep it together because Eric might not know we're in here. And as long as he doesn't know, we can figure something out. But that is when they hear a sound from another room. The sound of Eric telling Christine that she has to choose between the wedding mass and the funeral mass. You must make up your mind and decide which you want. I can't go on living like this any longer, creeping about under the earth in a hole in the ground like a mole. Don Juan Triumphant is finished at last, and now I want to live an ordinary life. Be like other people. I want a wife like other men. We'll go for walks together on Sundays. I've made a mask which lets me pass unnoticed in a crowd. No one will turn around in the street and stare. You will be the happiest of women. We shall sing together, Just the two of us. And it will be bliss. You're crying. You're afraid of me. But I'm not a bad man. Love me and you'll see. To be good and kind, all I ever needed was to be loved. If you loved me, I would be as gentle as a lamb, and you could do with me whatever you wanted. And Rowland the Persian just stand there, listening to his anguished pleas for her to love him, and the horrible sounds of his despair, and the long stretches of silence between his pleas for her to love him and those horrible sounds of despair that make them think, oh my gosh, maybe she's by herself, maybe we can say something, and then he's just like, please, you gotta love me, It's not until a bell starts ringing and Eric is like, oh, so sorry, Christine, I gotta go make sure that the siren is gonna open the door, that Christine is finally actually left alone. Raoul takes this chance to get Christine's attention, and once they've convinced her that they're real and they're here to save her, she's immediately like, guys, great to hear your voice, so happy somebody came after me, but you need to leave immediately because he is gone, full send, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and it is not safe for you to be here. She told us in a few rushed words that love had unhinged Eric's mind, and that if she did not consent to be married by both mayor and priest, the curé of the Madeleine, he was determined to kill everybody and himself along with the rest. He had given her until 11 the next evening to consider. It was her last chance. That was the moment when she would have to choose between his wedding mass and the requiem for the dead. And then he had added something which Christine had not understood. Yes or no. If it's no, then everyone is dead and buried. But I understood exactly what the words meant, for they were a terrible confirmation of my worst fears. Rowland the Persian explained to Christine that they need her help to get out, that they are trapped in the torture room, and she's like, you're in the torture room? The room, you're behind the door that Eric told me was the torture room? And they're like, yeah, that torture room. Christine knows where he keeps the little bag of life and death. It's a small pouch where he keeps the keys to the two doors in her room, the one that leads out and the one that leads to the torture chamber. But the problem is she can't grab the keys because she's tied to a chair. Now, I think I need to put a trigger warning pretty much from here until almost the end of the book. Phantom of the Opera deals with a lot of very unhappy characters who are at their most miserable right here at the end of the story. And the topic of suicide is brought up pretty frequently. If you don't want to listen to mentions of that topic, I would say fast forward to the time that you see on the screen. Because this is a sensitive topic, there's a couple moments from earlier in the book where I didn't go into full detail, but we've reached a point in the narrative where I need to discuss those two moments and the moment that we're in right now. So in order to do that, we need to go back briefly to when she woke up in the Louis Philippe room. Eric came in with all the boxes of clothes he'd bought for her, and he's like, hey, you need to get dressed. And she's like, hey, here's a door in the face. Well, she says in that part of the book that as she took her bath, she found a magnificent pair of scissors that she kept near her at all times because, as she says, I had made up my mind I would kill myself if Eric, now that he'd stopped acting like a lunatic, also stopped behaving like a gentleman. And in the immediate aftermath of the unmasking, when he crawls off sadly into his own room and she goes into the Louis Philippe room, she goes into the Louis Philippe room to grab the scissors and make good on that plan that she had set for herself. And now here she is. Eric dragged her off of the stage in front of a room full of witnesses, trapped her once more beneath the ground, captured her just as freedom was within her grasp, and ripped hope away from her yet again. And when this happens, she follows this instinct she has. Right after they got to the house by the lake, Eric left her briefly to see his banker. Christine starts beating her head against the wall. And when he returned and found her covered in her own blood, he tied her up and tells her that she's not allowed to die until 11 p.m. the following night, which is, like we said in that clip, the time limit he gave her to decide if she was going to marry him or not. And this instinct of hers is truly heartbreaking to me because it highlights more than anything where her head and heart is at. If it were me in this situation, like me right now, if I was taken out of my desk chair, placed into the opera, knowing, as I know, that I have a very sweet little cat named Mitzi and an apartment with exposed brick that I really like, I would also grab the scissors. The scissors themselves, I think, are a good instinct, but I would grab them for self-defense. I would fight to get out of that pit and back into the sun because I would want to live. I would want to get back to my sweet cat and my mom and my friends. I would want to stay alive. But Christine is in such a dark place by the time she gets to the house by the lake, and she's in an even darker place by the time she's kidnapped in the middle of Faust. Her life had revolved around her father and his violin and his stories. Her father and his music were her entire world. And yes, that world expanded a bit when they went to live with Professor and Mama Valerius, and she met Raoul, but her father, when he passed, everything that felt stable went with him, and she was still trying to get by, still trying to win solos and do well at the opera to make Mama Valerius, her only remaining family at that point, proud, even when music itself was absent of the joy and comfort it used to bring. And then into that darkness came the angel, bringing hope and light, and she started to heal a little bit. She started to truly sing again. She felt assured of her father's love in a very unique way, only to have that light ripped away and music itself twisted into a weapon used against her. But now she's carrying around not only that sense of betrayal and fear, but also the full weight of Eric's obsession. Then there's the strange pull she feels toward him, the allure of their connection and his genius, and with that comes guilt and shame that she is even experiencing any sort of allure instead of having the appropriate reaction of just fear and terror and needing to run away. On top of that, there's also the guilt that because she's not fully swayed by the allure, because she is more afraid of him than she's drawn to him, she's causing him a lot of pain, adding more sorrow to his sorrows. And then there's Raoul, sweet Raoul, who she has loved since she was a little girl, and she's hurting him as well because she can't be honest with him. And so it's just piling on to her, just more and more. And Raoul finally, like with their secret little sweet engagement, starts to bring a little light into the situation, a beam of hope, and especially with his promise that he will get her out of this situation and then leave her alone if that's what she wants. It is a solid plan and a promise from someone she trusts and an actual, real hope. And it is so close to being realized, only for that light and that hope to get ripped away again. And this for what feels like the final time. And it leaves her, again, feeling like she has absolutely nothing to fight for. Now, the good news, of course, is that there is something to fight for. Raoul showing up reminds her that there is life outside of this horrible, twisted circumstance that she finds herself in, a life that she can live if she can get out of the chair she is currently tied to. And Raoul in the Persian can hear her struggling for that freedom. Like, again, her journey is very nuanced, very well laid out for her character and the things her character goes through. Anyway, life is worth living and it's worth fighting for even when all seems lost. Yes. And so the Persian is like, hey, Christine, listen, this is what I need from you. I need you to use your feminine wiles to get Eric to let you out of that chair. He loves you. Remember that. Keep that in mind. Then I need you to get to the little bag of life and death, get the key, and then get to the door and open it for us so we can get out. Can you do that for me? And she's like, yes, but shut up. He's coming. So Eric comes into the room soaking wet, and Christine is like, oh gosh. And he's like, I'm sorry again about my horrible uncovered face, Christine. I just have to say it's super frustrating when strangers keep coming to your door and they keep ringing your doorbell. And now this guy's probably ringing the doorbell from the bottom of the lake because the siren got to him. But yeah, sorry about my uncovered face, Christine. And she's like, oh, I was screaming because of the rope, actually. It's hurting me. Ow. My wrists. And he's like, okay, I'll let you go. But if I let you go, are you going to try and hurt yourself again? Dude, you gave me till 11 p.m. What's the point? Like, why would I? You know what, man? You're so right. What is the point? I'll untie you. And also, if I weren't such a stickler for etiquette and decorum, I would say you could choose right now because I'm sick and tired of this, Christine. And that double coffin is looking real good right about now. Oh, you know what's weird? As he's untying her, that guy the siren took care of that I had nothing to do with, it was all the siren and not me, he reminded me of, Anyway, you're untied. He never says in that moment who the guy reminded him of, but just keep a pin in that. Let's keep that in mind. We will circle back at the appropriate time. So Eric's like, hey, rope's untied. I gotta sing the funeral mass for this dude that the siren took care of, not me, the siren. And he does, wowing the crowd as always, because when it comes to music, all this man does is win. And of course, remember, all of this is being recounted by the Persian from another room. And what he hears is the song cut off as Eric asks Christine what she's doing with the little bag of life and death. And Christine's response is to be like, and then go running towards the Louis Philippe room. Eric's like, did you ask me to untie you just so you could take my keys? Listen, I mean, if we're gonna be living together, what's the problem? Su casa es mi casa, right, brother? What is going on? Nothing, just, female curiosity. You know I don't like inquisitive women. And then Christine cries out in pain as Eric snatches the bag from her. And that causes Raoul to make a noise because his lady love is being harmed and he can't do anything. So he's like, ah. And Eric's like, what was that? I didn't hear anything. Is there someone in that room, Christine? I didn't hear anything. Is there someone in that room, Christine? And is the person in that room maybe the man you want to marry? I don't want to marry anybody. I've told you this like a dozen times. I just don't. I don't want to get married. I never have. I never will. I just never will get married. It's not something that I want. I just don't want to get married, Eric. I told you that. It's not even a question. It's not you. It's not me. It's just I just don't want to get married. It's fine. And there's nobody in the room. And then Eric activates the torture room. Blazing lights illuminate Raoul and the Persian. And Eric tells Christine that she can see in the room and tell him if there's somebody in there or not if she just climbs this little ladder and looks through the illuminated window up by the ceiling. Christine, she tries to demur. She's like, no, Eric, there's nobody in there. I don't want to climb ladders. It's, it's so hard. My weak little girl arms. I'm not a strong female character, can't do it. But he doesn't believe her, obviously, and this part's actually hilarious. Eric says, go on, take a peep through the little window. You can tell me who's there and what his nose looks like. We heard the ladder being put against the wall. Up you go. No, on second thoughts, I'll go myself, my sweet. No, I'll go and see. Let me go. My sweet girl, how sweet you are. How so very sweet of you to spare me the trouble at my age. But you must tell me if he's got an attractive nose, won't you? If people only realized how lucky they are to have a nose, a real one of their own, they'd never go anywhere near my torture chamber. I'm sensing, and I can't quite pinpoint where I'm getting this from, but I'm sensing some insecurity there. Something about it. I think he has some sort of body image issue. Oh, but Christine climbs the ladder. She looks down into the room and she's like, nope, there's nobody here. And trying to be nonchalant and chill so that he believes her when she says there's nobody there, even though they all know that there are people there. She's like, oh, this is such a beautiful chamber, though. It's so lovely. I don't know why it's called a torture chamber. It's just nice. And what she's saying is true, because the way the room works is that in one corner, like I said, there is an iron tree, and this iron tree is reflected in all of the mirrors, and all of the mirrors reflect that reflection ad infinitum, creating this illusion of an infinite forest. And Eric tries to, lead Christine down the path of why a forest could be dangerous, and finally says, it's very simple. First, what did you see? A forest. And what do you get in a forest? Trees. And what do you usually see in trees? Birds. Did you see any birds? No, I didn't see any birds. Well, what did you see? Think. You saw branches. And what was one of the branches? Said that menacing voice. A gibbet. That's why I call my forest a torture chamber. Do you follow? It's a joke. It's all a joke. I don't say things the way other people do. I don't do anything like other people, but I'm so tired of it, exhausted, weary of having a forest and a torture chamber in my house, of living here like a great magician inside a box with a false bottom. I've had enough of it all. I want a quiet apartment with ordinary doors and windows and a loving wife in it, just like other men. Surely you can understand that, Christine. I shouldn't need to keep on, repeating it. A wife, like other men, a wife I could love. I'd take her out for walks every Sunday and make her laugh on all the other days of the week. There'd never be a dull moment. I've got more than one sort of trick up my sleeve, and I don't just mean card tricks. For example, and this I swear before the God who, if you see sense, will marry us, I am the greatest ventriloquist alive. No one can throw their voice better than me. That makes you laugh. Perhaps you don't believe me. Listen. That was a long quote, but I really just wanted to drive home the wife on Sundays of it all and introduce his latest skill, ventriloquism. And you know what? Throwing your voice would be a super useful skill if you wanted to seem, I don't know, like an incorporeal being, angelic or ghostly. Eric is very obviously trying to distract Christine and draw her attention away from the torture chamber and get her to come back down the ladder, and it's just not working. The whole time that he's showing off the fact that he is, in fact, the world's greatest ventriloquist, she just keeps being like, hey, that's really cool, but can you turn off the light? And he's over there, he makes it seem like the Louis Philippe dresser is talking. It's super neat. Can you turn off the light? And then he throws his voice and he makes it seem like the little bag of life and death is talking. The torture chamber light, can you just turn it off? Can you turn that off for me, please? So he keeps throwing his voice, and eventually he throws it into the torture chamber itself, making it seem as if he's in the room with Persian and Raoul, and the two of them are like, hey, where is he? And finally, Christine is like, please, okay, cool, you're really neat, and you got a lot of talents, that's very cool. Can you stop and tell me why it's getting so hot in here? And Eric is like, oh, is it getting hot? Well, that's on account of the forest.
What do you mean?
You process this however you need to process it.
And then Eric says, didn't you notice that the forest is a jungle in the Congo? All right, so let me explain how the torture chamber works, because this is the point where Gaston Leroux explains how the torture chamber works. Basically, it was an invention that Eric came up with in Persia to impress the little sultana that started off simply as an optical illusion and then got altered into something sinister when she got bored of the optical illusion itself, because we've already been shown what kind of things she's interested in. So there's a hexagon-shaped room with mirrored walls reflecting the iron tree over and over and over again, and then there are also some rotating mirrors that can help make things more disorienting, or they can change the appearance of the scenery when they're turned to specific angles. So the light turns on, it's just blazing overhead, and there are heaters in the walls that are just sending heat pouring into this mirrored room. So you've got the blazing light overhead, the walls are radiating heat, and the illusion of the endless forest is surrounding the victim. And first they get hot, then they get thirsty, then they get tired, then they get disoriented, and then they start losing their mind, wandering under the blazing sun with no shelter or reprieve, ricocheting off the hot walls when they hit a mirror, only to turn around and just keep seeing more never-ending forest. After a while, it becomes unbearable, and that's where the tree comes in. The tree has one branch that's a gibbet. Hey guys, I know it's gibbet. I know that it's gibbet. I've said gibbet twice. There's nothing I can do. The past is in the past, and a video is merely a recording of the past. And we can never go back and touch or change it. It remains fixed. Simply a dazzling memory that fades with the dying of the light. So I'm sorry. You're going to have to hear me say gibbet a couple more times, I think. But I know it's gibbet. And on that tree is the Punjab noose. And it begins to seem like the only option. So when Joseph Bouquet fell into this trap by mistake, and they actually can see scuffs on the mirror and a few parts that are shattered because he was wearing boots and was trying to get out, the Phantom of the Opera didn't end up needing to do anything to him directly in the end. And so, like I said, when Raoul and the Persian dropped into the room, they found the Punjab noose that took Joseph Bouquet's life waiting for them. So they hear Christine get dragged out of the Louis Philippe room, and this is when Raoul starts panicking and banging on the walls, just, really confirming that yes, there is someone in there, and he does have a nose. But meanwhile, while Raoul is screaming, the Persian starts looking at all of the mirrors and feeling above them and feeling beneath them, looking for any little mark or crack or give or divot, something that might be the catch or trigger that will serve as the counterweight to open the door. We spend a lot of time with Raoul and the Persian in the torture chamber, and we watch the Persian do his best not to descend into madness, while Raoul just kind of gets real hot and goes crazy pretty quick. At one point, it actually seems like the sun is setting. It gets dark, and the only light that there is seems to be the light of the moon, but the heat doesn't dissipate at all, even though it gets darker. And while it's dark, they're trying, they're worried about setting up camp and not having a fire in the forest. And then the Persian's like, no, that's not real. I'm in a room full of mirrors. And Raoul is like, it's so hot in here. So while they're having those worries, they hear what sounds like a lion somewhere in another part of the forest nearby. And that is another illusion. There's an instrument Eric can use. If he plays a certain string, it will sound like a lion's roar, or he can make it sound like snakes, or he can make it sound like a buzzing fly, so that the person thinks that these animals are somewhere in the vicinity. More and more hours pass, a false dawn blooms across the sky, and the mirrors have shifted in the night, and now it suddenly seems, instead of being in an endless forest, they're in a vast desert, and it's as hot as it is in a desert. The Persian has kind of held on a little bit better than Raoul, because he's had his mission of trying to find the hidden catch. Raoul, at this point, is seeing things. He's calling out for Christine, begging her to stop running away from him, begging her to tell him she loves him. And you know what? This poor girl, she did nothing at all except be cute, sing pretty, and have a good heart, and it caused these two men to lose their ever-loving minds. So, the final cruelest trick is when it looks like it's a desert, Eric has this illusion he can provide that makes it seem like there is an oasis in the distance. And with this mirage comes the sound of running water. And on top of the sound of running water, he's got a rain stick that he turns over, and it's like... So now it sounds like it's raining, and this is what always gets the victim in the end. To be so tired and so hot and so confused, to hear rain but not see or feel it, to hear water rushing nearby but not be able to reach it. Like at one point, they get to where they think the water is, and they accidentally lick the hot mirrors, and it like burns their mouth, and it's just like, it's torture. It's a torture chamber. The only real thing in that room is that iron branch of the tree. So Raoul, in his pocket, still had the pistol, and it's looking real friendly, and the Persian is staring at the noose, but right then, the mirrors turn again, bringing back the illusion of the never-ending forest, and as it turns, the Persian finally sees like a groove in the ground and a single nail, and he realizes that the nail is the catch. So he's like, Raoul, oh my gosh, we're saved. He presses it, it pops open, and the two of them clamber down into the cool darkness, and they find themselves in a room surrounded by barrels. And the Persian's like, I know Eric is a real big fan of fancy wines, and he's gotta have like drinking water somewhere. I bet this is his wine cellar or his drinking water cellar, and we are in business, baby. There's a lot of water here, it would seem. Barrels all around me. But as they try to figure out how to open these barrels, it sounds like a voice is coming from inside the barrel, and they're like listening to it, and it's like, any old barrels? Barrels? Any old barrels to sell? And when they finally crack the barrel open, they find it's not filled with water, nor is it filled with wine. It's filled with gunpowder. All of the barrels are. And with that, we have almost reached the end of the book. Hours have passed as they traversed through endless forest and desert and forest again, and then found a bunch of barrels full of gunpowder. It's now 5 minutes to 11 p.m. Eric left Christine alone out of respect for her well-known modesty. That is his reason. He's like, oh, I don't want you to demur and simper when you say yes. I will leave you alone to make your choice. I will be back in 5 minutes. Eric left Christine after saying this. Here. This little brass key opens the 2 ebony boxes on the mantelpiece of the Louis Philippe room. In one of them, you will find a scorpion, and in the other, a grasshopper, both exquisitely crafted in Japanese bronze and very lifelike. They will say yes and no for you. All you have to do is give the scorpion 1 half turn, no more, so that when I come back here to this Louis Philippe room, our pre-nuptial chamber, I shall know that you have said yes. But if you turn the grasshopper, it will mean no. And when I come back, I shall know, and my Louis Philippe room shall then be our chamber of death. And then jumping briefly to the end of this section, and he shouted as he left, he said, take care with the grasshopper. Grasshoppers don't just turn, they go off, suddenly, up into the air, sky high. and Raoul and the Persian race back up the stairs to warn Christine about the barrels and barrels and barrels of gunpowder below them. Anyway, so remember back at the beginning where I was like, Christine's singing was so good it blew the roof off the opera. Is that foreshadowing? Maybe. It was. It was foreshadowing. That's the conundrum. Christine has to turn the scorpion to say yes, the grasshopper to say no, and the Persian explains that they have to assume that if she turns the grasshopper, it will trigger something down by those gunpowder barrels, and the whole opera will hop jolly high. But just as Christine is about to turn the scorpion and save everyone, the Persian's like, hold on, wait. What if this is a trap? What if Eric tricked Christine, knowing that in her kindness she'd choose the scorpion just to bring the whole place down around them anyway? The 5 minutes are eaten up in their indecision. Eric returns and he's like, hey, beautiful, you've got, it's time, all right? I will give you 2 minutes. I will give you 2 more minutes. He then re-emphasizes and states outright that the grasshopper will blow the opera house up, but the scorpion will flood the chamber, and her wedding gift will be the lives of all the Parisians she saves. So everyone's tense and quiet, and the 2 minutes pass, and Eric reaches for the grasshopper, taking Christine's indecision as answer enough, but she stops him, she grabs his wrist, and she's like, swear to me that the scorpion is safe to turn. And he answers by being like, yes, the scorpion's safe to turn. It'll bring the fireworks. Fireworks, Eric. You're going to blow it up if I turn the scorpion. No, fireworks for the wedding. The scorpion is safe. The grasshopper's the one that's going to blow stuff up. Come on, Christine. And so when she is still not sure what he means by his answer and still doesn't feel good about choosing either one, he starts reaching for the grasshopper again, and she just grabs the scorpion and turns it and says, here, Eric, I have turned the scorpion. There's a click from deep below the torture chamber, and then a hiss, but it's not fire, it's water. Water from the lake floods the room with the barrels, starts creeping up the stairs, starts filling up the torture chamber. Raoul is just shouting for Christine, and the Persian is begging Eric to remember that he saved his life, to stop this, to save them, and then the water is above their heads. Chapter 27 is called The End of the Phantom's Love Story, and according to Leroux's narrator, we've also reached the end of the Persian's written account. The rest of the story was recounted to GL by the Persian himself. So when the Persian comes to, he finds himself and Raoul are laid out in the Louis Philippe room, which is so absurdly mundane and normal after everything that just happened that it seems even stranger than being in a torture chamber in a giant forest under the ground with a guy who looks like a skeleton. So Eric tells the daroga, he leans down and he's like, do you like the furniture? It's all I have left of my mother. Eric also assures the Persian that Raoul has already gained consciousness once and will come to no harm, neither will the daroga, as a gift to his wife. And they won't run into any trouble at all as long as they don't try to speak to his wife. So the Persian is in and out of consciousness for a while, and Christine and Eric are both tending to him until finally he wakes up in his own bed. His first action is to write to Count Philippe, asking what happened with Raoul, is Raoul okay, only to receive the news that Raoul is still missing and Count Philippe was found dead on the banks of the lake beneath the opera on the Rue Scribe side. Remember how the Phantom came in dripping wet, talking about how the siren had taken care of someone, and he said he looked like ... and then trailed off? What happened was Count Philippe had been concerned for his brother, and remembering everything Raoul had told him, he ventured down to the lake and was caught in the siren trap. Hearing that Count Philippe was found dead on the banks of the lake, is the last straw for the Persian, who finally goes to the police and tells them everything that happened, everything he knows about Eric, their whole history, only to be dismissed and called deranged. And it's at that point he sits down in his house and he writes the whole written account up that we read, because he's like, I'm gonna get this information out there and I need it to be clear and I need it to have the evidence I need to back up my claims, because I know it sounds crazy, but it's not crazy, it's all real. And it's right as he's writing the last few sentences that someone knocks on the door and refuses to leave, and Darius is like, hey, this dude in a mask is saying he won't go until you talk to him. And the Persian's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll see him. And it's Eric. He comes in and he's weak, he's sick, he has to use the wall for support as he's walking in, and he's dying of a broken heart. Initially, the Persian is very hard with him, demanding to know if Christine and Raoul are safe. Eric gives mixed answers because that's just who he is. The man refuses to speak plainly, but eventually he does confirm that they are both alive, or they were the last time he saw them as they left the house beneath the lake. And Eric goes on to explain that as the torture chamber flooded, Christine begged Eric for both of their lives. And in exchange for saving the Persian and saving Raoul, letting them both live, she would be Eric's living bride. She wouldn't try to hurt herself anymore. She wouldn't try to run away. She would marry him and be his wife, so they could go on walks on Sundays. And so Eric saved their lives. Sorry, this part of the book. They nursed the two of them for a bit. Eric eventually delivered the Persian back into his home, but Raoul, he did not return. He took Raoul into a nearby cell to keep him as a hostage, because he's like, just in case, never hurts to have some security. But when he walks back into the house by the lake, Christine is there, waiting for him. All right. Here we go. She was there, waiting for me, went on Eric, who began to shake like a leaf, overcome by his emotions. Waiting for me, straight-backed, alive, like a real, living bride, having staked her hopes of salvation. When I walked towards her, shyer than a little boy, she did not turn away. No, she stayed where she was. She waited. I even think, Daroga, that she, just a little, but just like a living bride, that she even held her forehead out to me to kiss. And I kissed her. I did that, and she did not die of disgust. And then, as though it was the most natural thing in the world, she stayed at my side after I'd kissed her, just like that, on her forehead. Oh, how wonderful it is, Daroga, to kiss another person. You cannot imagine it, but I can. My own mother, my poor, wretched mother, never let me kiss her. She would turn away and make me put my mask on, nor did any other woman. Never, ever, never once. You do understand, don't you? Such happiness. I wept. I went down on my knees, tears streaming down my face. I cried, and I kissed her pretty feet. Oh, you are weeping, Daroga. She wept too. My angel wept. Oh my gosh. So, for the first time in his entire life, Eric has felt the touch of human kindness, and he is openly weeping at the retelling, and the Persian is weeping with him, and I am also weeping too. After that, Eric pulled out the wedding ring that he had given Christine, and that she had lost, and he offers it back to her, saying that he wants it to be a wedding present for her and the boy she loves. And then he goes and he gets Raoul for her, and she and Raoul kiss in the Louis Philippe room, and Eric makes her promise to come back. I made her swear that when I was dead, she would come one night through the gate in the Rue Scribe and secretly bury me with the gold ring which she was to go on wearing until that time. I told her where she'd find my body and what she was to do with it. Then she kissed me. For the first time here, on the forehead. Don't look, Daroga. My forehead. No, don't look, Daroga. And they left together. Christine had stopped crying, but I cried on. Alone. The Phantom, he had taken off his mask at that point because he was crying too hard and needed to breathe, which is why he kept saying, "Don't look, Daroga." Anyway, oh my gosh. After this, the Phantom gets up, his story done, and promises that when he feels the end is near, he will do something to show his appreciation for everything the Persian has done for him. And he will send the Persian his most prized possessions, which are Christine's collection of private letters, a few of her handkerchiefs, a pair of her gloves, and the buckle from one of her shoes. These are his most prized possessions. I'm gonna be sick. Oh my gosh. Okay, so back into the book. In answer to a question from the Persian, Eric told him that once they were free, the couple had decided to find a priest in some distant place where they could be happy, safe from prying eyes. They had gone straight to the Gare du Nord and taken a train north. They took a train north. Probably to Sweden. One more. Lastly, Eric said he would be obliged if the Persian, when he received the promised relics and papers, would inform Christine and Raoul of his death. This he would do by inserting a brief notice in the births and deaths columns of L'Epoque. There was nothing left to say. The Persian went with Eric as far as the door of his apartment. Darius helped him down to the street where a cab was waiting. The Persian, watching from a window, heard him tell the driver, "Take me to the opera." The cab disappeared into the night. The Persian had seen poor, unhappy Eric for the last time. 3 weeks later, L'Epoque published this brief announcement. Eric is dead. Every time. No. There is a short epilogue wrapping up the framework of Gaston Leroux's investigative journalism that goes further into Eric's history, his childhood, his time as a sideshow freak called the Living Skeleton, how he made his way to Persia and served as an assassin and trap maker until he completed the work on the palace that he'd been hired to do, and the Sultan called for his death so that Eric couldn't reveal the secrets of the palace he'd built. And because that death seemed unjust to the Daroga, he saved Eric. The epilogue also ties up some final tiny loose threads with side characters like the managers, or how Meg Giry didn't go on to be empress, but she did go on to become a baroness. And it concludes by saying that in recent years, a skeleton had been unearthed near the fountain where Eric had bathed Christine's temple with water the night he'd first taken her down below. And on the skeleton's fingers was a golden ring, because Christine had kept her promise. And that is Gaston Leroux's The Phantom of the Opera. Every time, this stupid book. Oh my gosh. What a gorgeous, haunting story. I just love it. I love it so much. And one of the things I love most is that in the end, the thing that saves the day is Christine's kindness. In the midst of her own pain, she leaned into that compassion that Eric had always inspired, and that's what turned the tide. There is a quote in the epilogue, and I'm pulling from the D'Amatos version for this, that says, "He had a heart that could have held the entire empire of the world. And, in the end, he had to content himself with a cellar." I think we pity Eric because we see what he could have been if someone had shown him kindness. We are rightfully frightened of him, but we can also see his desperation to break from the mold he'd been cast in, to seize by any means necessary an ordinary life filled with the small joys he'd been denied. And it's Christine's bravery in the face of this, in the face of her own grief and anger and bitterness, the bravery to choose to be kind, to show him that love and gentleness that he'd always been denied, through an act as simple as a kiss on the forehead, that transforms the monster back into a man. Oh my gosh, this stupid book. Oh, and that's why I think I love the ending of the book more than anything, because rather than like a romantic kiss, having it be a kiss on the forehead is so pure and sweet and good, and it's so good. As I've said several times, if you have not read this book, I highly, highly, highly recommend it. Whatever version you can get your hands on. David Coward's translation has a little bit more content, a little bit more story, but the D'Amatos translation, like I said, has a little bit more poetry to it in some key areas. In any case, you are in for a fantastic time. So that's it for me. Thank you so much for watching. This video has truly been a labor of love, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed making it. I love talking about this topic because it's just a story I love so much. The next installment of the 100 Years of Phantom will be covering the 1925 silent film starring Lon Chaney, which is truly a staple in Hollywood history. So subscribe for that and for more. And also, don't worry, I will be releasing non-Phantom related content this year as well, because I understand that like a good chunk of my followers are not as entranced by the strange affair of the Phantom of the Opera as I am. Again, thank you so much for watching. Comment down below what your favorite part of the book was. Let me know if you have read the book or if this inspired you to read the book. And of course, let me know if there's any film versions you want to make sure I don't forget. Anyway, that is all for me. God bless, Jesus loves you, and I am giving each one of you a kiss right here on your forehead. Don't look, Daroga, right here on your forehead, and we're all gonna cry about it like we're 13 years old. Bye! Kept this wall up for like a full month and I didn't end up using it at all.